Good evening, baseball fans. Happy draft day, one of my favorite days of the year. Who's going number one? Is it Dylan Cruz? Is it Paul Skenes? Could it be Wyatt Langford? Could it be Max Clark? It's up in the air right now. We have no details, but we're going to find out soon. Let's have some fun. Evening, baseball fans. How you doing? Who do we got here in the chat? 160 of you to start things off. I was wondering, I feel like the buzz for the draft has not been as hyped this year. I remember last year, the year before, there was a lot of hype on the draft, and I feel like we're not really getting that same kind of enthusiasm about the draft. I don't know if because remember, a few years ago with COVID and everything, that was the only thing that was on. So everyone was paying attention to the draft. And then the 2 years after that, it was getting a lot of attention. It was on, TV, whereas before, it wasn't even on ESPN. And, again, it's getting attention, but I feel like it's not really the same. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Either way, it doesn't matter. I'm always hyped for the draft. I absolutely love the draft because, we have seen so many great players come out of the Major League Baseball draft. Legends coming out of the draft. Alex Rodriguez, Ken Griffey Jr. Speaking of, being in Seattle, obviously those two guys being picked by the Mariners, number one. Names for days coming out of the draft, whether they're in the first round, whether they're, late round guys. Mookie Betts was a late round guy, for the Red Sox. There's just a ton. There's too many to name. So I'm always excited. I'm always excited, especially with me currently with the Red Sox, given the fact that the Red Sox are slowly but surely rebuilding their farm. So I'm always paying attention to what the Red Sox are doing with the draft, especially in the last few years. And then you got teams like the Pittsburgh Pirates, small market teams that are, you rely on the draft pretty heavily. And, along with international signing. But those small market teams really rely on drafting and player development. So, for the big market teams like the Yankees, the Red Sox are a big market team. A little different lately, though, because we're trying to rebuild the farm. But, hey, teams like the Yankees, it doesn't really ever seem to be that big of a deal. But it is. The draft has helped out big market teams like the Yankees in the past. It helps out every team. It's very important for every team. But for this year, I'm kind of rambling here. We got a lot of good names in this draft. And a big part of it, and I was actually just listening to the broadcast on MLB Network, and they mentioned a few years ago, with COVID, a lot of players didn't go to the draft because there was a lot of uncertainty, especially financially. So a lot of players ended up going to college. And now we have a ton of college players, especially a lot of college hitters. And there's a very deep class this year. So I think a lot of teams, personally, if I were to make one prediction about this draft, I think a lot of teams are really going to benefit from this draft because there's just a lot of talent. Even if you're going into the later rounds, you're still going to probably snag yourself a pretty decent piece. More chances than not of getting yourself a good piece just because of how deep this class is. But near the top, we've heard the same names for a little bit now. Dylan Cruz, Wyatt Langford, Max Clark, Walker Jenkins, Paul Skenes, obviously. There's a lot of big names at the top, and there's a lot of uncertainty right now about who is going to go number one. Dylan Clark has been the consensus number one player. I think most people will agree with that. But will the Pirates actually go with him at number one? Because with the Major League Baseball draft, what I love about the draft is that there's strategy involved. Whereas, football, basketball, you pick your guys and that's it. But with baseball, there's also contract negotiations that come into play, slot values that come into play, signing bonuses that come into play. Maybe a team will maybe want to try and save some money because so if you are new to the draft, basically how it works is every team gets a pool of money, and that's basically your allowance for the whole draft. So maybe teams near the top of the draft maybe want to save some money for later picks. Maybe they want to focus on, instead of getting that big star at the top, maybe they maybe want to go a little less, for that pick near the top and maybe use that money towards some players in the later rounds. So there's strategy involved. There's definitely a lot of bluffing involved. Teams are trying to maneuver their way around because you can't trade picks. You're not moving up and down like whereas, in football, you can trade picks, to try and move up and down. That doesn't happen in baseball. So behind the scenes, you're seeing a lot of agents talking. You're seeing a lot of money being thrown around. Hey, we'll give you this much money if you wait for us to pick you at number 15. So things like that can happen. Like Cam Collier last year getting picked by the Reds, they basically were able to convince him like, hey, say no to these other teams and we'll take you. So other teams won't pick certain players if they're getting word that they don't really want to go to their team. So, and that's happening with Dylan Cruz right now. That is the story with Dylan Cruz, is word on the street is he doesn't want to go to the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's kind of, when you really think about it, Pirates fans, I know you guys have been, in misery for years now, but if that report is true, if that ends up playing out, I can understand maybe why a player doesn't want to go to Pittsburgh, despite them having a pretty decent looking future here. The Pirates don't have a great reputation of signing players. They have a reputation of trying to, Brian Reynolds, it was kind of shocking to a lot of people that they actually got it done for a contract extension with him because they don't do things like that. So, with the Pirates, they usually end up trading away their players. So maybe Dylan Cruz, I've been kind of thinking about it. Maybe he doesn't want to go to Pittsburgh because maybe he wants to just go somewhere that he's going to be for a long time, or he's going to go somewhere that maybe, he could end up getting more money from this team. Maybe it's a developmental thing. Maybe he doesn't like the way that they develop players. Maybe there's something he's not a big fan of. There could be a whole ton of reasons. But the interesting thing is that Dylan Cruz very possibly could not go to the Pittsburgh Pirates. It could end up being someone like Paul Skenes, who right now, when you look at the talent that he is as a pitcher, we don't see pitchers like him very often. So it could be very enticing for the Pirates, who have gone that route before, picking Garrett Cole, number 1 overall. Or maybe they could pass on him. Maybe they feel like they don't want to pick a pitcher. Maybe they want to go for a guy that is pretty similar in talent level to Dylan Cruz. Maybe not quite as all around of a player, but still a really good player in Wyatt Langford. Maybe they want to save some money and pick him. Or maybe they could go with a high school player in Max Clark. There's a whole bunch of different things that could happen with the number 1 pick. It's going to be interesting. We haven't really heard any sort of reports yet. We have in the past. We've gotten tweets from Jeff Passan, saying, hey, this guy's going to go number 1. We haven't seen anything. At least I haven't seen anything like it yet. So we got a super chat coming in. I will get started. I'm going to do a quick preview. The draft doesn't start until 7 o'clock, so I am going live now. I'm going to kind of do a quick preview of the draft. I'm going to go through some teams, kind of go through some players that we could look at, and so yeah, but Joe Hill has a super chat here, seeing a lot of mock drafts, having Langford go number 1. I'll be pumped if he falls to Detroit at number 3. So if you haven't seen my mock draft, I put it out yesterday. I really wanted to put it out Friday. I was kind of really going back and forth with a few players, debating who I wanted to go number 1, number 2, even later on in the first round. It took me a little longer than I wanted to, but if you haven't seen my mock draft, it is available on my channel. I posted it yesterday. So if you want to go see my predictions, I've already even changed a couple of them in my brain, but it is what it is. But if you haven't seen that mock draft, go check it out. I also did like a top 10 rankings. So I did a few videos this past week on draft content if you do want to go take a look. And I discussed a little more in depth those players and what their strengths and weaknesses are. But Joe Hill, that would be, I love Langford. I really love the way he plays. The dude is just a beast. He's a tank. Like Dylan Cruz is like that electric kind of a player. Wyatt Langford, to me, he's a tank. Like he's just a strong dude. He hits for average. he's got beef on him, but he still moves really well. He's not going to be as quick of a runner as Dylan Cruz, but he's got really good power. I really like Wyatt Langford a lot. He is on my mock draft. Wyatt Langford is my number one pick. The Pirates, I'm going to dive into it here in a little bit, but if the Tigers do indeed end up getting Wyatt Langford, I think that's awesome for them. That would be a great addition for their lineup in the next couple of years. But if you are just coming in, Michael Williams, you're saying here, when is the draft? It is at 7 o'clock Eastern time, so we're a little over 30 minutes away. Before I do get started, everyone, if you are new, think about subscribing down below. We are steadily growing here. We just hit 30K subscribers not too long ago. We're approaching 31. Would be awesome if we can hit 35 by the end of the year, but we're growing here slow and steady. You guys, as a community, I love all of you. Thank you for following me on this journey. But if you are new, think about subscribing down below. I'm not just talking draft. I'm talking all things baseball. So if you want more baseball content, hit the subscribe button. Everyone, if you can, do me a huge favor. All I ask from you is just to hit the like button. I know it's annoying here to hear the like button here on YouTube, but I know it helps me. It helps me out. So hit the bell notification. We got the trade deadline coming up, everyone. We have the trade deadline in under 3 weeks. So definitely hit that bell button, because after this, we're gonna be talking a lot of trade content. You all know me. You all know I love my trades. So make sure you hit that bell. And also, share the stream if you can. Let's try and get as many people in here as we can. We are early, but we already have almost 300 people in the chat right now. So I do appreciate everyone. And everyone sponsoring today's show, sponsoring today's watch party. Oh, we got some breaking news here. I'm going to get to that in just a second. Oh, man, we just got some breaking news, but let me just get to this real quick. Tonight's sponsor is Sorare MLB. It's a really fun way to play fantasy baseball. You collect cards, and you use those cards to put together your team and compete against other players all around the world. Go check out Sorare MLB. The link is in the description. It is free to get started. All right, everyone, we got some news here. The Yankees have fired their hitting coach. Dylan Lawson has been relieved of his duties. The Yankees, if you are just tuning in, this is a draft party here, but the Yankees have fired their hitting coach, and that is not very surprising, considering that Aaron Judge has basically just been their offense for how long now? When you take him out of the lineup, this Yankee lineup has just been dreadful. So no surprise for me, honestly, and I wonder if we're going to see maybe some other moves like this. We are at the break. Games aren't coming on again until Friday. So who knows? Could we end up seeing some changes? We'll have to wait and see. Oh, man. Stark Raving Sports is here. Man, oh, man. He says here, first overall, the pitcher who struck you out. Honestly, that guy was so good. Please. That guy, at least to me, that looked like Paul Skenes. That guy, all those pictures were so nasty against the Burlington Sock Puppets. My goodness. My goodness. Honestly, that guy looked like the number one pick. I remember when he threw the first pitch, a fastball right on the corner. I looked back at the umpire and I said, I'm not gonna say any French here. This is a child-friendly show. But I said, "Are you effing kidding me?" And the umpire just couldn't help but laugh, because it was like, 92 on the corner. It was just beautiful. That guy needs to be the number one pick. I agree. All of those guys need to go to the major leagues. They were that good. All right, everyone. I'm rambling here. We're almost at 300 people in the chat, and we're still 30 minutes away from the draft. My goodness, you guys are awesome. Let's get to it here. So I'm gonna go through each team real quick. Just kind of give my thoughts on what's going on here. So let's take a look at the draft order. Here we go. And let me actually make sure the music is at a good level. Here we go. Good volume. All right, I think the music might be okay. I think we might be good. I'll turn it up a little bit. There we go. Okay, so let's get to it here. Nope, that is the wrong button. What is going on here? Here we go. All righty. So here is the order for tonight. So, obviously, we all know at number one, we got the Pittsburgh Pirates. They won the first ever draft lottery. I think the lottery is awesome. I think that was a great addition here. Hey, to me, I'm a big fan of lotteries. I think, it prevents, those teams that just tank, and hey, Pirates ended up getting it after having the number 1 pick a couple of years ago. So what do you know? Washington Nationals at number 2. We have the Tigers at 3. Rangers at 4. We got the Twins at number 5. We got the A's at number 6. This is such a weird draft for the Oakland A's, man, because it's like nothing is going well in Oakland right now. The major league team stinks. I just watched them over this past weekend against my Red Sox, and fundamentally, like, wow, they really are bad. Like, they're just kicking the ball all over the place. Tyler Wade has had a miserable day today. I don't know. At number 7, the Reds. We got the Royals at number 8. We got the Rockies at number 9. And we got the Marlins at number 10. I'm actually pretty intrigued with the Marlins pick. Hey, the Marlins are finally having some success. So I'm pretty excited to see who they do end up picking because who knows, if they go with a college player, that's a player that you could add to this franchise, and maybe he can get there sooner rather than later. Angels at number 11. We got the Diamondbacks at 12. We have the Cubs at number 13. My Red Sox at number 14. I'm excited for this one, man. I don't know who knows. No one ever knows who it's going to be. But this one, here's the thing. The Red Sox, I'll get to them in a little bit, but I feel like they could go a whole bunch of different ways here. Will they end up just going with an underslot pick, go with a player that's a little lower in the rankings to try and save some money? Has been something they've been doing, but who knows? Could they end up just picking, just randomly picking like a college pitcher? Who knows? You never know with Hyde Bloom. That dude is as sneaky as they come. The White Sox at number 15. I love that the Red Sox and then the White Sox are at number 15. Giants at 16. Orioles at 17. We've been seeing the Orioles near the top of the draft in recent years. So it's interesting to see them in the number 17 spot. So let's see what their strategy will be. They have been a team that has been an underslot kind of a team. Will they do the same thing with pick number 17, or will they kind of maybe go over slot a little bit? Who knows? So I'm interested to see what the Orioles end up doing. We got the Brewers at number 18. The Brewers are always just picking these up the middle kind of guys, so who knows? Will they end up doing the same thing? They ended up taking, Tyler Black a couple of years ago. Tampa Bay Rays, you never know with the Rays what they end up doing. It's funny with the Rays because they just have like such an interesting way of doing it. They're so into the analytics. I'm very interested to see. Last year, they went with a guy that was ranked, I believe, on Baseball America. He was ranked in the 90s. I believe number 92 in Xavier Isaac. So, hey, that's a team that will definitely go under slot for sure. We got the Blue Jays at number 20. We got the Cardinals at number 21. The Mariners have themselves a really fun draft this year because take a look here. If you're looking live with me, at number 22, you have the Mariners. But the Mariners also have number 29. Remember, they put in a rule last year where if you have a rookie start on your team on opening day and they end up winning Rookie of the Year, you get a draft pick for it, and they're at number 29. So look at that. That's huge for the Mariners. And they also have number 30 for the competitive balance round. Like, you got 2 straight picks here at 29 and 30. I feel like you don't ever see that. I can't remember a team that's gone back-to-back like that. So that's pretty cool. It reminds me of like fantasy football when you got like the back-to-back picks. I almost kind of like having that, you know what I mean? Where maybe you're not going to get a top player, but you can get 2 really good players. So I always love that with like fantasy football and fantasy baseball. But rounding out the bottom half in the first round, we get the Guardians at 23, Braves at 24, Padres at 25, the Yankees at 26, Phillies at number 27, and the Astros at number 28. And remember, with the Mets and the Dodgers, they went over the CBT by $40 million last year. So a rule put into place is that they drop 10 spots in the draft. So the Mets, they go from 22 to 32, and the Dodgers go from 26 to 36. So we're seeing these new rules come into play. I was like thinking, I remember when I was doing my, kind of just looking at everything, putting together videos. I remember looking at I'm like, where the heck are the Mets and the Dodgers in the first round? And I completely forgot that they had done that new rule. So who knows? Could the Mets end up enticing someone to maybe drop down to them? Maybe, they can go over slot for a player to try and help themselves out. Same thing with the Dodgers. So I wonder if the Mets and Dodgers do go with over slot picks. you never know. I mean, if they really want to try and get someone good, that could be what they have to do here. So, again, remember, you have draft pool money. It's not money coming from your organization. You have that set money that you have for the entire draft. So, it's like having an allowance. You can't really, you're not using money within the organization to sign these players. You're using the draft pool money. So, but that rounds out the first round. I believe, I don't remember if they're doing the first and the second round tonight. I know they're probably going to be doing the competitive balance. So, but let's actually, hold on. Do they say here? I think they're doing the first and the second round. And then they do round 3 starting tomorrow. I think that's how that works, right? So, rounds 3 through 10. And then 11 through 20 will be tomorrow and Tuesday. So tonight they do round 1 and round 2 along with the competitive balance. So here are the top players near the draft. I'm going to be honest with you. I like MLB Pipeline. I've said this before. If you've been with me before, I've said I like the layout of MLB Pipeline. I love the way it looks. I love the pictures. I love how it says the age. It gives their height and their weight. You know, it tells where they went to school. I love the layout on MLB Pipeline, but I do trust Baseball America a bit more when it comes to the rankings. I am a member, so actually let me log in really quick, and so that way we can pull up the rankings here. But the consensus number 1 is Dylan Cruz. So the question is will he go number 1? I personally, if I am to make a prediction, I don't think he goes number 1. I think it's possible. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. But let me actually pull up that report. What is going on here? Oh, wow. Okay, they're playing the draft here on Draft Central on MLB.com. I'm not playing the draft here, by the way. If you're here to watch the draft, I'm not putting on the draft. I can't do that. I'll get hit with copyrights left and right. That'll probably shut down the channel if I start airing the draft here. I'm not doing that. If you want to watch the draft, you can watch it on MLB.com. I believe it's free. I don't know. I think so, unless I'm logged into my account and I get it. But I don't know. I believe it's free on MLB.com. Could be wrong, but I believe it is. So let me pull up the story here with Dylan Cruz. Hold on one second. Okay. 1 second here. Where is that report? All right, so the buzz going on right now, I can't find the report that I was looking at earlier, but the buzz going around right now is that Dylan Cruz wants a record bonus, a record signing bonus. And honestly, if I'm the Pirates and I'm thinking the way they seem to like to think, they probably want to go. They don't want to be giving out more money than they have to. They have gone over slot before. They have done it. But I don't know if they want to do it here. The difference is that Dylan Cruz, sure, I know a lot of Pirates fans want Dylan Cruz. But the thing is with this is that you have another guy in Wyatt Langford who is also really good. Now, Dylan Cruz, I will put in the number 1 spot, but I feel like offensively, Wyatt Langford is right behind him. He's got good power. Dylan Cruz, in my opinion, he comes off like a Bo Bichette kind of a player to me, like a Bo Bichette, like a Bo Bichette, Alex Bregman kind of a player. Like sort of, he's got the energy of a Bo Bichette, but he's got that stoicness about him, like Alex Bregman in a way. I'm not sure if I'm making sense with that, but with Dylan Cruz, he's going to give it all for you. He's going to hit for power. He's going to be great in the field. He's going to be very fast. He has a good arm. He'll be a very good center fielder. Wyatt Langford is very close to all of that, especially with the bat. I'd actually say Wyatt Langford is probably better with the power. But the difference with Wyatt Langford is that he's more projected to be probably a corner outfield, where Dylan Cruz is going to be a center fielder, which holds more value. So that, I think, is really the only difference. The Pirates, in my opinion, if I'm predicting the way that they're looking at this, they probably think, you know what? And also they have way more. They have more of the analytics than we all do, just sitting here on our computers. They probably, who knows? Maybe they've seen some things about him. They look at the exit velocities. They look at the launch angles. They're looking at a whole bunch of different things. And maybe they see that someone like Wyatt Langford is going to be very similar, and they can probably get him for cheaper. They can use that money for later picks. Remember with Ben Cherington, that guy is all about building up a farm system. I trust Ben Cherington, man. He did great work with the Red Sox when he was there. Then Dave Dombrowski came in and kind of traded it all away, basically. But Ben Cherington, I trust him when it comes to a farm system. And that is, to me, something that he would do. And he's done it in the past. He did it a couple of years ago with Henry Davis. So the reason I'm thinking this report is true is that, this report also came from Kylie McDaniel on ESPN. Not a big fan of ESPN, but Kylie McDaniel, I feel like is pretty solid when it comes to draft content. So that would be like the only reason why I would like go on to ESPN personally. But he is saying, and there's also Keith Law. Keith Law, I don't know, he's interesting. I feel like for the most part, I mean, honestly, a lot of people are wrong when it comes to all this draft stuff, making their predictions, making their mocks. Mock drafts are more fun than anything. But Keith Law, I feel like he swings and misses a lot, whereas Baseball America, I feel like they have a better grasp on what's going on. Even, at Pipeline too. So, Jim Callis on there, he does good work. It's hard, man. It's so hard to predict what goes on in these drafts. It's especially in the baseball drafts, man. They're pretty nuts. But anyway, getting back to Dylan Cruz. So we have over 400 people in the chat here. Everyone, thank you so much. If you can, hit the like button for me. I would greatly appreciate that. Drake Berry, $4.99 super chat. Where do you think the Reds go? I'm hoping for Rhett Lauder, Chase Dollander, or Noble Meyer. I'm wondering, man. I think the Reds are kind of waiting for things to play out. They need to see what happens at the top. Could there be a surprise pick that really switches some stuff up for them? I think for the Reds, I think they're really just waiting to see what happens. I think they could go college. I think they could go with a high school player, like a Walker Jenkins, if that falls to them. I think there's a whole bunch of different ways they could go. I think they're just kind of waiting it out at this point. I feel like Dollander might be a little high for the Reds. Dollander, he had a bad season last year at Tennessee. He still has really good stuff. But I feel like, who knows? Maybe they really like his stuff because he does have good stuff. But I read on a couple different outlets that he had been falling a bit on boards. So I wonder if that's a little high. Noble Meyer, hey, we saw Frank Mozzicato go pretty high last year. Now Noble Meyer is a bit more touted than Mozzicato was a couple of years ago. But who knows? Maybe the Reds go with someone like a Noble Meyer. They're having a lot of guys. They're starting to have guys now graduate to the major league level. Maybe they want to take a prep guy, start to really work on adding some youth, to that farm. And then the other guy, Rhett Lauder, I could see that maybe, a guy that you can really move through that system pretty quickly. I think out of all those three, Dollander's an interesting one because I feel like he could end up dropping or he could be like a surprising top 10. Like top 10 back after 2022. Yeah, absolutely. He looked fantastic after that 2022 season. People were saying he could be the number one pick, and then he had a bad 2023 and he dropped. So who knows? Maybe the Reds have really liked him. And I think I would say out of those three, I think Lauder is going to be more in that like 9 to 12 range, I would say. Dollander, I think, could be there, but I could also see him falling a little bit. Maybe in the 12 to 15 range. So I think they're really just waiting to see what ends up happening for the Cincinnati Reds. So, but getting back to this, Dylan Cruz, I really do think is my guess is he's not going to go number one. And that's not just based on the report because Wyatt Langford is very similar in terms of at least impact of what he could bring. Very good bat. But then there's a lot of people saying, well, why not Paul Skenes? I had people commenting on my mock draft that, why couldn't the Pirates pick Paul Skenes? Here's the thing. Paul Skenes, that would be an awesome pick. We don't see pictures like Paul Skenes very often. When I think of these kind of impact pictures, I think of Steven Strasburg getting picked. I think of Garrett Cole. I think of David Price. You don't often see those pictures go number one. However, while those guys were successful, if you don't count Strasburg, with all the injuries that he's been having, he did win a World Series. But if you're not looking at those guys, there's been a lot of busts. Casey Mize has not developed into anything. Brady Aiken, Luke Hochevar, Brian Bullington, if you want to go back to the Pirates even. Here's the thing. The Pirates, they did have success with Garrett Cole. I'm not trying to compare. It's not really, comparing a pick to the Garrett Cole pick is not really, I think, the best thing to do. But they did pick Garrett Cole, and they didn't get them anywhere. So I'm just saying. So could they do the same thing again with Paul Skenes, taking this, really good picture, possibly one of the better pictures to come out of the draft. Who knows what ends up happening, but he's got really good stuff. Paul Skenes is amazing. But the thing is I think teams, they value getting everyday players. I just have this feeling when it comes to those like number one picks, my feeling would be I would rather pick the guy that can play every day, you can be in my lineup every day. It really would take a special picture to be number one. Paul Skenes does fit into that category, I believe. I do think the Pirates could take him. But the difference is that you have other guys that you could even get cheaper that could be the number one pick, like Wyatt Langford, or you could even go the Max Clark route. That's what I'm thinking here. I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to money. It's just going to come down to value. What do the Pirates think is going to be the best value for them at number one? It's not about picking the best player. It's about picking the best value for what you think is the best value as, the person running the draft. If the best player, if you think that is the best value, then cool. But that is what teams go for. They go for value over player. At least that's what it is today. So that's why I don't think Skenes is a lock to be number one if Dylan Cruz doesn't go number one. I think with Skenes, you have other guys that you could turn to. If you remember with Garrett Cole, when Garrett Cole got picked, right, he was head and shoulders above all the other guys there. You did have Anthony Rendon. Remember with Anthony Rendon, he went to Rice University. He had one season there. He was good, right? And, he was a good player coming into the draft, but he wasn't someone that was going to be above Garrett Cole when it came to value. You did have other guys in that draft like Springer. You had Nimmo, but those at the time weren't really like number one kind of guys. Looking back in hindsight, yeah, sure. But even still, I still think you would probably rather take Garrett Cole in hindsight. So, again, Garrett Cole, you picked Cole because he was obviously really good, but there was really no one else that was really, at the time, really worth picking. Then you had, other guys here. Strasburg. Let's talk about him. Strasburg, that was different. You did have Ackley in that draft. He went to the Mariners at number 2. Ackley was really good in college. But Strasburg was just something else, man. Like, that was one of those guys. He got hyped so much, and I think the Nationals just had to take him. Like, I think they could have. I'm sure there were discussions about Ackley, but I think just at the end of the day, Strasburg was the guy. Like, that, he was being touted at, like, with what he was doing at San Diego State, it was incredible what he was doing. He was putting up, like, all-time kind of numbers. To me, I think you had to pick Strasburg at the time. So that's a little different. David Price, sure, there were some other guys, but what Price was doing at Vanderbilt, it was just so much better than what these guys were doing, that came after him. So those were different. Skenes, again, is on that level when it comes to those level of pictures, but you have other talent that you can turn to. And the draft these days, it's a little different from when it was back, when Strasburg and Price and Cole got picked. It's different these days because you have so much good talent out there that you're not just looking at the top of the draft anymore. You're really looking at an entire draft because there's so many good players now. It is incredible how many good players there are just playing baseball today. Like, it's insane. Like, high school players are insane. it's crazy. So I think just times are a little different now. And again, I think teams are looking at best value instead of the best player. All right. If the best player ends up being good value, then I think that works out. So I personally think I'm wrong a lot about a lot of stuff. I'm going with Wyatt Langford as my number one pick. That's who I think. I'm going to go Wyatt Langford at number one. I'll go Skenes at number two because he has been connected with the Nationals quite a bit. It seems like the Nationals are quite enamored with Paul Skenes. You know? Who knows? But another thing we also don't know is could there be any medical things coming into play, right? Teams are looking at the medical reports. Could there be something that comes up? Remember, everyone was talking about Kumar Rocker, and then Kumar Rocker fell, right? Remember, Kumar Rocker was like the guy, or along with Jack Leiter, and then Kumar Rocker fell. He had just probably one of the most unique stories, you know, falling and then going to play on the Independents, and then he came back, and then he got picked number 3 overall when people thought he was going to go later on, and then he ends up getting Tommy John. Excuse me. So there's definitely those things that can come into play that we just simply don't know about. So who knows? Could Skenes end up dropping if maybe one of these teams near the top sees something in the medicals? I'm not saying there's anything wrong there. You know, I don't know. But maybe they see something and they are a little So I think that's always very possible. The draft, the Major League Baseball draft, is so unpredictable. And but that's what I love about it. All right. And I'm ready for a good time tonight. We are within 10 minutes of the draft. We have 600 people in the chat. Also, everyone, we usually do power rankings on Sundays. I'm not going to be doing power rankings this week. What I will be doing, I'm going to be doing my annual mid-season power rankings, and where I'm going to post it in video form instead of being live. So look out for that this week. I will do that this week. I've done that the last couple of years, and it's been a pretty popular video. So I'm going to do it that way. So live power rankings will probably, if I do the mid-season rankings this week, I'll do it before Friday because that's when teams start playing again. I actually might not be live for the live power rankings next Sunday if I do the mid-season ones. So that'll kind of go into place of this week and next week. So power rankings, probably expect those to be back, not next Sunday, but probably the Sunday after. But there will be lots of content coming out, especially, you know, All-Star break coming up, trade deadline coming up. I'm getting really excited for the trade deadline, everyone. But here we go. We are within 10 minutes of the draft. But let me kind of just go through this. So the Pirates, I do have Wyatt Langford going number 1 personally. I think they could go with a Max Clark. Who knows? Maybe they just go with Dylan Cruz. I think that's possible too. Could it be a bluff? Could it be something that maybe the Pirates Dylan Cruz is putting out about the Pirates, you know, or saying, you know, maybe to try and get some more money? Agents do that. Agents do these kind of things. It's negotiations. It's little tactics that they like to do. So who knows? It could end up just being Dylan Cruz, and then everyone got all up in arms for nothing. I will go with sort of what they did with Henry Davis. Marcelo Meyer, if you remember, Marcelo Meyer was like the number 1 player coming out of that draft. Everyone had him at the top of the boards, and it ended up not being Marcelo Meyer. And they went with Henry Davis because they got a deal with him, and then Marcelo Meyer dropped to my Red Sox, which I'm completely happy about. So I think the Pirates kind of do a similar thing there. It's not the same type of talent, but I think the Pirates will look again to cut a deal because that just seems to be, especially when there's other talent that you can pick from. Nationals, I will go with Paul Skenes. I will hold caution there. Maybe something comes up that we're not sure of, but Skenes, talent-wise, absolutely amazing. I think he's going to be a stud. That dude is awesome. I think there is a chance he could go number 1. So we'll see, but I have him at number 2. I am predicting Dylan Cruz to go to the Tigers at number 3. It just seems to kind of fit, right? The Tigers would love to have a name like him, especially with kind of how the last couple of years have gone. They would love to have Dylan Cruz. They would love to have, you know, Wyatt Langford too, but I think Dylan Cruz would be awesome for them. Him and Riley Green together along with Spencer Torkelson. Oh, that would be so fun, man, for years to come. The Rangers, I do have Max Clark. I do have the Rangers going with Max Clark. I think that dude is a stud. And I have had a friend tell me, I have had a friend say this, that the Rangers love Max Clark. I'm not confirming anything, but I have had a friend tell me that who has some connections with, high school players and college players as well. And Max Clark loves the Rangers back. That's what I've been told. You never know with the draft. It does come down to negotiations with bonus pool, signing bonus money. So who knows? But I have been told that those two sides really do like each other. So the Twins, I think the Twins are really interesting because if we could end up getting a surprise, who knows? Maybe one of those teams and the Twins or one of those teams don't pick one of these guys and then the Twins get like a birthday gift. I think the Twins are sort of waiting to see how this all plays out. I think it seems like reports out there are saying that the Twins are looking at college bats. One thing that I read is that they're looking at contact bats. So that could be a few different guys. The one contact bat I think of is Jacob Wilson. Could that be a pick for them? I mean, if they really want to, I don't know about, being a shortstop. I don't know. With, Correa, and then you got Royce Lewis there. So I'm not really sure if that's a fit. But I do have Kyle Teal going to the Twins at number 5. I think they could go with someone like a Walker Jenkins. Who knows? He's got some injury stuff going on. I think Walker Jenkins could go 5, or I think he could actually end up falling in this draft. I do have Walker Jenkins falling to the Reds. I think the Twins are sort of in wait-and-see mode. They have their guys listed out. I think they're going to go, if they get a birthday gift, I think the Twins will do that. But they probably have a couple of bats that they have, in order. Jacob Gonzalez has been a guy that's been linked to the Twins. I will stick with Kyle Teal. He is a catcher. I know you don't draft for need, but they could use a catcher in that system. And if he is a contact bat, had a really good year last year for Virginia, ACC Player of the Year. I feel like that's just a good fit, but we'll have to wait and see. But Jacob Gonzalez is a guy for the Twins that has been rumored. For the Oakland A's, man, I think the Oakland A's, I do think they will go under slot here. I don't think. Drew Blackwell has been a member for 15 months. Thank you, Drew Blackwell. Everyone, we do have memberships on this channel. Check them out. We got a few different levels on there, so make sure you look through all of them. If you just want to support the channel, my lowest tier is 99 cents per month. You get badges and you get emojis in the chat. But take a look at the other two as well. There is one where you get an access to Discord to talk baseball throughout the day. But yeah, check it out. But thank you for renewing your membership, Drew Blackwell. Also, I'm seeing some people asking, when is the draft? The draft is in 2 minutes, everyone. We're about to start. We almost have 1,000 people in the chat. Everyone, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Max, no, I'm not showing the draft live. I'll get hit with copyrights. I'll probably get my channel shut down if I air the draft. I will react to each pick, though, so I will be watching it with all of you. So, Oakland, man, it's tough with Oakland. I think they will go under slot here. I think they're going to try and maximize this draft as much as they can. Or could they go if someone like a Walker Jenkins is right there? Remember, Vegas is just around the corner. Maybe they want to go with a prep guy. That could be their next star. Be their guy when they move to Vegas. Maybe they could have a top guy there waiting in the wings. I don't know. But Oakland, I do think they will go under slot. I think they're going to really max out this draft as much as possible. The Reds, I got Walker Jenkins going to. I think the Reds are interesting. I think they're in a position where they could do a few different things. I think they could go high school player. They're having guys now start to come up to the major leagues. So maybe they want to add, some youth back to that system. Or maybe they want to go with some college guys. The Reds are entering their window of competitiveness. So maybe they want to go with a guy that can get up to them sooner rather than later. Maybe like a Rhett Lauder. Maybe you can go with a Chase Dollander, one of those guys. So I could see the Reds. They got flexibility here. The Kansas City Royals, they've been known to pick prep players. They did go with Gavin Cross last year. So I think the Royals, I think they're just going to go best available, honestly. I really think the Royals probably just shouldn't play around. Just go with the best available guy, especially at number 8. The Rockies are interesting. I don't know. The Rockies, one thing that they've been doing over the last couple of years. They seem to be drafting these high upside guys. I can't remember who the Rockies picked last year. Who did the Rockies pick last year? They went with... Hold on. Rockies. I'm going completely blank on who they went with. Didn't they go with a pitcher? They went with a pitcher. Gabriel Hughes. That's who they went with. So, but, so they went the college route last year. I don't know. Who knows? I say go best available. I think what they should do, if Rhett Lauder is there, I would take him. I think Chase Dollander could be a really interesting one for the Colorado Rockies. That's a guy who's got good stuff. I think the Rockies, they either go with a prep player or they go with a fast rising college player. That's kind of what I think. Luke4545, thank you for subscribing. Everyone, hit the subscribe button if you are new. Hit the like button for me. That's going to greatly help out the channel a lot. We have over 1,000 people in this draft, in this draft party. Thank you for watching. The Miami Marlins are really interesting. I think the Marlins, I have Jacob Wilson going to them personally. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little biased towards Luis Ariz, but I don't know, man. Maybe the Marlins, they've seen how well that's worked out for them. Maybe they want to continue taking these kind of contact sort of bats. I think pitching could be good. They've been great at developing pitching. So I think the Marlins, they could go a couple of different routes. Jacob Gonzalez could be a fun one out of Ole Miss. I do have Jacob Gonzalez going to the Angels, but I wonder if he'll get there. His name seems to be picking up a lot of traction. I've even seen the Twins could be good for Jacob Gonzalez. We'll see. Diamondbacks, they're starting to get players now graduate, so I wonder if they go that prep route. Could they, if there's a Rhett Lauder there, could they go with a Rhett Lauder, someone that can move through, and they're about to enter their window of competitiveness as well, just like I mentioned earlier with the Reds. So maybe the Diamondbacks could go with a college player that could get to them in the next couple of years. So I could see that, but I feel like a prep player makes a bit more sense, especially with all these guys starting to come up now from their system. So a prep player, I think, would be nice. The Cubs, they're interesting because, again, they could kind of go a couple of different ways here. They're starting to be competitive too. Could they go with a college guy? They went with a college guy last year. Could they go with a pitcher? Like a Waldrop, right? At a University of Florida. I think that could be an interesting one. One guy they have been connected to is Arjun Nimala. He's a high school bat. He's a projectable bat. There seems to be a lot good going there. He didn't have a great season this past year in high school. He struck out a lot, so I've read that has scared some teams away. I read, though, that the Cubs had a good workout with him, so Arjun Nimala could be an interesting name for them. So maybe like someone like an Aiden Miller. I think Matt Shaw, if they're going to go the college route, could they go with someone like a Matt Shaw? Matt Shaw is one of my favorite players in this draft. I absolutely love Matt Shaw. I'm going to say this right now. If the Red Sox take Matt Shaw, I will jump out of my seat. I will be the happiest boy in the land if the Red Sox take Matt Shaw. I love Matt Shaw. He reminds me of Dustin Pedroia. He's a little undersized at 5'11". Not really undersized, but you see a lot of these guys that are over 6 feet tall. So he's a little shorter there. But Shaw is like a dirt dog kind of a player. I really want him in Boston. I would love his bat in Boston, man. Really good offensive tools. Great bat to ball skills. Hits for power every single way. His only drawback is that he is a shortstop. He doesn't have much of an arm, so he's looking like he's probably going to be a second baseman, but he's very versatile. Oh, here's Rob Manfred taking the stage. Does he got the pick, or is he saying they're on the clock? We got 1,500 people in here. The Boo Birds are here. Everyone, I cannot show the draft. I cannot show the draft. I will get hit with copyrights. Please do not ask me to put on the draft. I'm sorry. I cannot put on the draft, everyone. I apologize. But let me actually get the draft tracker on so that way we can have a view. We got 1,500 people in here. Everyone, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Man, look at that backdrop. You got the rocks behind him. I love it. I love it. Yeah, Louie, I'm not going to do the audio, my friend. I'm sorry, but I will put the draft tracker on. I will put that on. We're getting a lot of subscribers, and we're getting a super chat coming in from Combat Jones, $5. How do international players fit into the draft? Like, how do you find the next Ronald Acuna Jr.? And, well, I'm sorry. Everyone's typing. I can't see. I can't see. Hold on. There we go. You said Ronald Acuna Jr. and Fernando Taters. Yeah, so no international players. They are trying to get an international draft. What players can do is, you see kind of some players coming out of Puerto Rico, but that's not really like international, right? So you see that happen a bit. Wow, look at this stage. This looks amazing. Wow, the MLB draft is amazing looking here. But here we go. The Pirates are on the clock. My goodness. But 1,500 people in here. Thank you so much, everyone. Subscribe if you are new. Hit that like button for me. But getting back to just kind of going over everything, I got to the Cubs. But let me actually pull up the draft order again. But yeah, I think the Cubs would be great for Matt Shaw. I would love the Red Sox to take Matt Shaw. I feel like the Red Sox are going to go underslot here. I mocked Cooper Pratt going to the Red Sox. He's ranked a little lower on Baseball America because that would be an underslot pick. He's a high school shortstop. He's ranked pretty low, honestly, but he's got a good hit tool. That's the one thing the Red Sox, they seem to be consistent with. They look for hit tools. So he has a 55 hit tool, but he's ranked only 63. And he's got a 6'4" frame. I wonder if the Red Sox maybe go with someone like this that's lower in the rankings. So we'll have to look out for that. They over the last few years, they've gone with these California players that have good hit tools. So he's not from California. That's the only thing that's not really giving it away. But I could see someone like a Cooper Pratt. I went a little further down, or actually on Pipeline, he's ranked a little further down. But one guy I think the Red Sox could maybe take a look at. He's not a high school player, but he's a younger college player. Luke Keeschel, or Keyshaw. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but he has a good hit tool, and he's a good athlete. So I think I could see Luke Keyshaw maybe as a person, a guy that they could go with, like an underslot guy. That seems like something Bloom would do, but maybe they kind of don't be cute with this draft. Maybe they just really go for the best player available. You go with someone like a Matt Shaw. I think Tommy Troy is a really fun player to keep an eye on in this draft. I like Tommy Troy out of Stanford. Right now, he is number 17 on Baseball America. He is higher at number 12. So Tommy Troy, Matt Shaw, I think you're going to see go in this range. Maybe Matt Shaw climbs up a little bit because his bat, I've read that teams love the bat. So maybe you could see Shaw go to a team like the Angels. Maybe the Marlins could even take him. So maybe the Rockies. But I think Shaw, Troy, I think you're going to see those two go in like the 10 to 20 range. Tommy Troy, I think there's a possibility he could make it into the 20s because I have read that teams value other bats over Tommy Troy. Tommy Troy is an interesting bat because he's kind of really just an all-around player, but he's a pretty good athlete. He has a 55 run, but on MLB Pipeline, he's a 50 hit and a 50 power. So look out for that. Him being in the middle of this one, but he's a really solid player, like a player that you would just like to have on your team. But he can hit for power. He's more of a pull power guy, but he can hit for contact to all fields. But it seems like the power is more to the pull side for Tommy Troy. But he's like a hardworking player. He's a dirt dog kind of a player. So I love Shaw and Troy here. I think Gonzalez is really interesting. Jacob Gonzalez, I mentioned him earlier. He's a guy that I think is pretty underrated in this draft. The thing about Jacob Gonzalez is he has a very unorthodox stance. It's very crouched on the back leg, and he jumps out of the box like Ichiro did, but it works for him. Man, when he gets the bat on the ball, which he does a lot, he generates a lot of power. Man, oh man. I think Jacob Gonzalez, that's an interesting one. But I wonder, I don't know what these teams are thinking, but I wonder if maybe some teams are a little scared off with the mechanics a little bit. Maybe they feel like he could fall into some bad tendencies. I don't know. That's the only thing I wonder. But I think he's going to be an interesting player. He's fun to watch. When you look at his highlights from Ole Miss, he is definitely a fun player to watch. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat say, "Oh, is the pick in? Did ESPN leak it?" Yeah, everyone, I'm just letting you all know I can't show the draft. I'm not even going to put the audio on. I'm not risking anything. So I would love to help you out. I think on MLB.com, everyone, I think it's free. Here we go. Number 1 pick. Number 1 pick. Looks like it's about to come in. What is Manfred saying here? Is he saying the Pirates are on the clock right now? I thought he said that earlier. Oh, Griffey taking the stage. Oh, I just got a tweet. Jeff Passan. Passan is saying Paul Skenes. Passan is saying it's Paul Skenes. You gotta trust Passan. It's looking like it's going to be Paul Skenes at number 1, according to Jeff Passan. All right. Paul Skenes, number 1. They took the Garrett Cole route. I love it. I do love it. I think it's awesome. I got half my prediction right. I said Dylan Cruz was not going to go number 1. I did. When I said earlier, I liked Wyatt Langford. But Paul Skenes is a game-changer pitcher. I have no problems with the Pirates taking him. Personally, I was just thinking maybe they just want to go with a bat, and Langford is pretty equal. So this changes a lot of things, everyone. This changes a lot of things. Because now the Nationals, who were linked to Skenes, my guess is they end up taking Dylan Cruz at number 2. That's my guess, is Dylan Cruz is going to go number 2 now, and then Wyatt Langford will go to the Tigers. So my top 3 has already been busted. Yeah, Paul Skenes, I understand why people were going with Wyatt Langford, because he's a good bat, and it's kind of what the Pirates have done. Did it with Henry Davis a couple of years ago, but I like the Skenes pick. I think it's a great pick. You just got an ace. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that at all. And when you look at the Pirates pitching, sure, I like Mitch Keller. I like Quinn Priester is a guy in the minors near the top. But they don't really have an impact kind of a pitcher, so it makes sense why they would do it. I just figured, if they're looking for value, I figured Langford would be the pick. But hey, I have no problem. I think Skenes is a great pick. They're basically doing the Garrett Cole thing over again. So, but we'll see what happens here. I don't know why it's not showing on the draft tracker. Do I have to update it or refresh? Okay, here we go. Paul Skenes. Officially the number 1 pick. This guy was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic for LSU. This guy was a monster. I mean, if we go look at here. I mean, look at the numbers Paul Skenes put up last year. The dude was nasty. Over 19 starts, he went 12-2 with a 1.69 ERA. 15 strikeouts per 9, a walk and a half per 9. So he improved on the strikeouts with Air Force. He got his walks down. Dude was incredible last year. I don't think it's a bad pick at all. I was saying I would go with either Langford or Skenes if Cruz doesn't want to go to the Pirates. So I think it's awesome that they went with Skenes here. Yeah. There we go. All right, let's get back to the draft tracker. So we got the Nationals on the board. So again, if you are just coming in, we have almost 2,000 people in this chat. You guys are absolutely incredible. 2,000 people in the chat, almost. That is nasty. But Paul Skenes going number 1. Love it. He ranks up there with guys like Strasburg, Cole, Price. He's at that level. Again, kind of getting back to what my thoughts were prior to the draft. I was thinking, sure, you could go Skenes. I did like Langford in terms of offensive potential on the same level with the Dylan Cruz, and the difference with past pictures that were at this caliber is that you didn't really have any other options, right? You had other options, but it was pretty clear that you should have gone with Strasburg, you should have gone with Cole, you should have gone with David Price. There was really no other alternative. Those guys were head and shoulders above the rest. Arguably, you had Dustin Ackley with Strasburg, but Strasburg was just transcendent. Skenes, very good. Like, I'm not saying anything bad about Skenes. I'm just saying there was other talent that you could have taken. And there we are. There we are. So they got their ace for the future. The Pirates are just getting better and better and better. Now, what do the Nationals end up doing? I think, you got to think it's Dylan Cruz. You got to think it's Cruz. Could the Nationals completely make a surprise and go with Langford? I would think it's going to be Cruz. I mean, I think the Nationals, basically, they were going to go with the guy that's whoever's left after Skenes or Cruz. If they didn't go, unless if Langford went number 1. So, well, we got a super chat coming in. Matthew Villarreal, how you doing, my friend? What's up, champ? Is Justin Turner to the Padres rumors for real? I don't think so. What? What rumors is that? Oh, we got the pick in. Number 2. Dylan Cruz, number 2. That's what I thought after taking Paul Skenes at number 1. I think this is awesome for the Nationals because the Nationals, that makes a lot of sense for them, obviously, to go here because, the Nationals, they're not in a position where, like the Pirates, where they've looked for underslot deals. The Nationals, they got money, so they're not really worried about it. So I love this pick. I think Dylan Cruz is absolutely amazing. The guy had a great year in college last year. One of the best players in all of the country, if not the best player in the whole country. The dude was absolutely amazing. He does it all. Hits for average, hits for power. Fast, good in the field, good arm. Love it. We have hit 2,000 people in the chat. Everyone, thank you so much. We haven't had this big of a stream for a long time now. 2,000 people in the chat. Now, we got the Tigers at number 3. You got to think it's Wyatt Langford here. I would think it's going to be Langford. Could they go with a prep player? I would imagine they probably want to go with a college player because, again, you're right near that window of competitiveness. You're right there. The college player seems to make sense to me. Could they go with a surprise? All these teams could go with surprises. All of them. But I'm going to go with Wyatt Langford to the Tigers here. That seems to make the most sense. So I'm seeing some of you saying Max Clark at number 3. That would be what? That would be crazy if the Tigers went with Max Clark. Oh man, what a pick that would be. If you went with Max Clark, that dude's going to be a stud, man. It's hard to project high school players, but Clark he's something else, man. For just being in high school, man, he's really good. So, Broadway, you're saying you feel like Max Clark to the Twins? Could he end up falling there? Anthony, how you doing? I hope the Pirates don't trade Skenes like they did with Glasnow. I don't think they'll I don't think they'll trade Skenes. If you're picking Paul Skenes, number one, that's the guy you're sticking with for a long time. Now, question is, I wonder if they'll try and get him extended, sooner rather than later. That's what a lot of these teams are starting to do now. They're like these young players when they get called up, could they end up trying to lock them up? So, but I was about to say, I'm like, why is Alex Bregman on my screen talking about Dylan Cruz? Dylan Cruz is all the story right now. Yeah, but no surprise here to see Dylan Cruz not go to the Pirates, especially with the reports that came out that he didn't want to go to Pittsburgh. I wonder why he didn't want to go to the Pirates. Again, could it be a reputation thing? Could it be something, like he didn't like something with the way they developed players? I'm not sure what it could be. I'm sure at some point we'll find out, but I don't know. I think that's an interesting story. I always find it interesting when players don't want to go to certain teams. We've seen that happen in the past. But at number 3, we got the Tigers on the clock. It's a slot value of $8.34 million. We're getting a ton of subscribers right now. I appreciate everyone subscribing here. I greatly appreciate it. If you can, everyone, hit the like button for me. We're getting a ton. Brandon Jeter, what's going on? What's up, dude? How you doing? Lucas, thank you for joining, my friend. But yeah, the Tigers, I think if you're looking at a couple of players, again, Langford seems to make the most sense. Could they maybe make a surprise and go with a high school guy and like a Walker Jenkins or a Max Clark? Could you maybe shock everyone and go with like Rhett Lauder? I don't think Rhett Lauder would go top 3. I don't think that. Could you go with a catcher? Could you go with a Kyle Teal? Kyle Teal is really good. Like, I would love if my team picked Kyle Teal. That dude was awesome last year in Virginia. Man, he's got a really good arm. I would love, whoever gets Kyle Teal, I think you're going to really like that pick. Maybe you might find it, it's not going to be Paul Skenes level or Dylan Cruz level, but I think Kyle Teal, man, I think he's going to be one of the more solid players. So, I'm interested with this pick with the Tigers. I do think it's going to be Langford. All right, while we're waiting on this pick, I'm going to take a look at the chat. What do we got here? Oh, here we go. Number 3 pick is in. Oh! They went with Max Clark! Oh! Whoa! This shakes things up a little bit. They went Max Clark. That's incredible. Oh! Wow! The MLB draft is completely unpredictable. No one had Max Clark at number 3. Go to any mock draft out there. No one had Max Clark at number 3. That is incredible. Wow. This really shakes things up. Now, where is Wyatt Langford going to go? Could Langford go to the Rangers? I don't think anyone saw Langford falling out of the top 3. Wow. That's interesting for the Tigers. Because the Tigers, they got a lot of young players that are really emerging now. I figured they would go with a college player, like someone that could join them in the next couple of years or so, but they decided to go with the top high school player. Now, funny enough, a lot of draft boards out there had Walker Jenkins ahead of Max Clark. Walker Jenkins is a guy that could end up being a really good player. He gets comparisons to Austin Meadows, even Josh Hamilton a little bit. So a lot of people, they like the upside of Walker Jenkins more than Max Clark. I preferred Max Clark personally because especially with the way the game is today, teams are valuing speed even more these days. They're valuing an all-around game. So Langford, while he could end up being a really good all-around player, Clark has that athleticism. I love it, man. I love it. I love that pick for the Tigers. I really do, because no one saw it coming. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But, hey, I was just saying before, could they end up doing something different? You never know what these teams are going to do. The Rangers have a really interesting pick. I had Max Clark going to the Rangers. So now, here's the thing. Langford is one of these guys that could be up in the next couple of years. So, if we were to go to Fangraphs, let me actually pull up depth charts here, because depth charts, sure, they're not going to be in the major leagues right away, but if we're looking right now at, the current Rangers lineup, right? Adolis Garcia is not going anywhere. You got Leody Taveras in center, and you got Travis Jankowski in left. So Wyatt Langford could be a guy, and on the IL right now. There's no one's on the IL. So, and then when it comes to prospects, you got Evan Carter, who should be up. I think Wyatt Langford would be a really nice pick here. I know he's just fallen a spot from where most people thought. We had people mocking Langford number 1. MLB.com, they put out their last report today, or their last mock draft, as well as Baseball America, and both of them had Wyatt Langford going number 1. And so here was the mock draft for Baseball America today. They had Wyatt Langford number 1. Let me actually pull up MLB.com. We have almost 2,500 people in this chat. You guys are absolutely incredible. Oh, I like this little thing they got here on MLB.com. I like this little draft tracker. Oh, nope, can't do that. Not doing that. Nope. Alrighty, so where was the mock? Let me just Google it. Alrighty, so here was the final mock. So again, both Callis and Mayo today had Langford going number 1. They had Skenes going number 2. They had Cruz going number 3. So, and then they both had Clark going number 4. And then they had Jenkins and Gonzalez going number 5. So, I mean, I think you got, unless there's something we don't know. Oh, here comes the pick. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Wyatt Langford to the Rangers. I absolutely love it. I was just saying, if you put this guy in your lineup in the next couple of years, I think he's going to be a fast riser. Ooh, I love this. Oh, man. And then you got Evan Carter. Evan Carter is going to be up at some point. This guy's a good prospect, man. He's 58 overall in the top 100. He's having a good year at AA. Oh, man. You got an outfield of Adolis Garcia, and then you go with Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter. Ooh, that's really nice. And you got Leody Taveras already having a good year. I like that a lot. Well, here's the thing with Adolis Garcia. I think he's going to be a free agent in the next couple of years. Yeah, so Adolis Garcia, he's already 30 years old. He's a free agent in 2027. So either way, that's going to work itself out. I love this pick for the Texas Rangers. I think that's great. I thought the Tigers would pick Langford. I figured they go best available, go Wyatt Langford. But in a way, I can respect the Tigers going that route. Go with a high school player. You're adding to just the youth in that system. I like that. I like that the Tigers are almost taking the long road. I like that they see the potential of Max Clark. So I can respect that pick. But for the Rangers, they're reaping the benefits. Now, number 5 to the Twins. I had Kyle Teal. So, man, oh man. Now, this is where we start to have some fun, everyone. I know the number one pick is always fun. We've had a bit of a good time here. Skenes number 1, Cruz number 2. A bit of a surprise, Max Clark going number 3. But man, oh man, this is where we have the fun with the baseball drafts. I love it. I love it. I just really want to know who my Red Sox are going to take. I need to know. I need to know. The sun is starting to set where I'm at, everyone. It's going to get dark here probably in the next hour or so. So it looks a little bright on my screen. 2,000 people in the chat. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Subscribe if you're new. Hit that like button for me. We're having some fun. Let's take a look at the comments here while we're on commercial break. What do we got here? Christina Bush, Eric Batoni, good power bat. I think that'll be I don't like the hit tool very much. I'm a hit tool over power guy because I think the power, you could always add strength. I'm a guy that I really like it if a player has a hit tool first. Steve Wilds, it'll be 5 years before the Tigers are relevant. Remember just not too long ago, we thought the Tigers were going to be really relevant. Man. Marcus Jenkins, surprised Paul Skenes going number 1. Carson Banbrook, I know this is thinking a lot ahead, but Skenes is going to be the highest paid pitcher of all time. The way that guy can throw the ball, man, dude, I don't see why not. If he stays healthy, we'll see, man. We've seen these guys with, who are throwing close to 100, nasty breaking pitches. I hope he stays healthy. He's a big dude. That's what I like about Paul Skenes. I'm honestly, when it comes to pitchers, I'm a fan of guys that have big frames. I really think Langford, that's a guy I think that can last a long time. I like the bigger frame guys because it's like they can just handle way more. They got more of that durability in them. All right. But then when you got these lankier guys like Jacob deGrom, Chris Sale, they really start to break down. I like it when a guy has some size on them, some beef. I think that's what pitchers really need to go after, personally. Jimmy Productions. Jimmy Productions. I'm sure you love the pick. Cruz, Wood, Hassel, Green. Absolutely, man. Nationals' future is bright. Oh, Big Hurt. Big Hurt 1989. This is one of my favorite comments I've seen so far. The Tigers are rebuilding their rebuild. That is hilarious. That's hilarious. Connor McHugh, you're saying Matt Shaw next. Oh, my goodness. If Matt Shaw goes number 5, I will... Don't tell me Matt Shaw is going number 5. Don't take Matt Shaw. I want the Red Sox to take Matt Shaw. Oh, they did it. They went Walker Jenkins. They went with the high school pick. All the reports out there were saying that he was going to be, or they were going to be looking more at college bats, guys that can make contact. Walker Jenkins, this could be a guy that could be really good down the road. He's got the frame. He's got the athleticism. He's like Max Clark, but with more power. He's had some injury questions. He barely played this past year. He had something going on with the wrist. He had a hip surgery when he was in 9th grade. Dude's awesome. Really good player. He definitely is projectable, that's for sure. I like it. Walker Jenkins going number 5 to the Twins. I knew Max Clark was going to... I had a feeling Max Clark was going to go ahead of Walker Jenkins. A lot of people had Jenkins ahead of Clark when it came to their rankings. I think that's awesome, man. Walker Jenkins, number 5 to the Twins. I love it. Got the Oakland A's up next. What the heck are the Oakland A's going to do, man? What are they going to do? Roblox sources leaked. What rank is Kevin McGonigal? I think Kevin McGonigal, I would probably think he's going to be an early second round or like a compensation pick. Maybe he's a guy that could go up because he has a good hit tool. So, Jimmy Productions, what do the Nationals do with their rotation in the future? Well, now that's a good question, Jimmy, because everyone thought Paul Skenes was going to be their guy. I think the Nationals, they probably thought Skenes was going to go to them. But, hey, the Nationals, they're just, if they want to, the thing with the Nationals is they have money, so they could sign someone in the future. But, hey, the one good thing about the draft is you got 20 rounds. So maybe the Nationals find their future ace a little deeper. We'll have to see. Brian Ramirez, Blake Mitchell going soon. I like Blake Mitchell. I think Blake Mitchell, really solid. High school catcher, really good arm, good bat, good lefty bat. I think Blake Mitchell will be a stud. Gene Hooks, who do you think the Angels are going to pick? I mean, I had Jacob Gonzalez. I saw a lot of mocks out there going Jacob Gonzalez to the Twins. Now, I will say this. Here's the thing. That little birdie, remember, before the stream, if you were with me, or before the draft started, I told you all that there was a little birdie out there that told me that the Rangers loved Max Clark, and Max Clark liked him back. But the problem for the Rangers is that the Tigers picked him before they could get their hands on him. So I think the Rangers would have picked Max Clark if he fell to them. Also, I will tell you, that little birdie also told me that Walker Jenkins really wanted to go to the Twins. Well, that came true. So there we go. It helps to know people that have that hear things. So it's always nice when you got some sources. It's always nice. But we got the A's up next. Who knows what the A's do? I think the A's could go a bunch of different ways here. Could you go Kyle Teal? They have been connected to Braden Taylor. That's one guy I've been seeing on a lot of mocks. So Braden Taylor, you got to go to number 15 on Pipeline for him. He's got a good hit tool. He's got a good power tool, 55-55. He has a good arm. He's a solid-looking player, but the one good thing about Braden Taylor is he has good plate discipline, good hand-eye coordination, good bat-to-ball skills. It sounds like an Oakland A. I've seen his name a lot with the Oakland A's, so that's who I went with. I haven't gotten one pick right. So at this point, I mean, come on, I got to get something right. I got to get something right here. Goodness gracious. Can we please get Braden Taylor to the A's so we got something right. Retro Envy. Tigers fans are furious. I could see why Tigers fans would be a little frustrated. They probably wanted a college bat. Because the Tigers, you got to remember here with the Tigers, this was a team that was ready to take that next step. So they probably, Tigers fans out there are probably thinking, hey, let's go get that college bat. He can come and help us, in the next couple of years. And they went with Clark. Remember, they went with Jackson Jobe not too long ago. So now you got Jackson Jobe as a guy down the road, and now you got Max Clark. Here's the Oakland A's with the pick. Oh, they went with Jacob Wilson. I love it. Jacob Wilson to the A's. I love this pick. Oh, Jimmy Productions, your super chat just came in. The A's should take Noble Meyer. They did not listen to you, Jimmy. They went Jacob Wilson. I love that. Grand Canyon University. Really good hitter. This dude, you like Luis Arise? Jacob Taylor is that guy. Or not Jacob Taylor, sorry. Jacob Wilson is that guy. This dude had a 94% contact percentage last year. He knows that he's going to be a Las Vegas A at some point. He's probably not happy about wearing a current Oakland A's jersey, but he'll be happy to be a Las Vegas A down the road. I like this pick a lot. I like it. Yeah, Andrew Richter. Jacob Wilson is such an A's name. I like it a lot. Now, here's the thing with Jacob Wilson. I really like it for the A's because he's a guy that's going to be a solid piece. I have all the confidence in the world that he is going to be really solid for them just because his skills are going to transfer to the major leagues. When you know how to put the bat on the ball and when you're really good at it, you got a career ahead of you. So, man, oh man, I like this. Big Hurt 1989. If I was Jacob Wilson, I go back to college. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if that actually happens? But I like it. For the A, I think A's fans should be happy with this. Really solid player. And he's going to be a shortstop. So he's not going to be someone that's going to have to move off of second. I think he'll end up staying, or he's not going to move to second. I think he'll end up staying at short. I like that pick. I like Jacob Wilson. He's one of my favorite players in this draft. So we got the Reds up next. Like I said earlier, I think the Reds, they got a couple of different options here. I think for the Reds, you could go a couple of different routes. Like you could go with a high school player. I mean, you don't got Max Clark or Langford anymore, but could you go with like a prep pitcher, like a Noble Meyer? Or you could go with a college guy. Could you go with a college pitcher? Could you go with Rhett Lauder? Could you go with one of these offensive players like Kyle Teal or Jacob Gonzalez? I think you could go with a college player here. Because the Reds, again, they're right there. Right? They're competing right now. A lot of people didn't think they were going to be competing. So I think they could go a college player. But then again, I could also see them sort of doing what the Tigers did too, where you can just go with a high school player, right? And that can be in your next wave of players instead of, in the next 1 to 2 years, you could have that player 3 to 4 years down the road. So, but yeah, I could definitely see a college player here for the Reds, or I could see a high school player. I think the Reds actually, they're in a good spot in this draft because they're right there, right? You're as an organization, you're in a great spot. You're competing. You have a good farm. So you have all the flexibility in the world if you're the Reds. So I think whatever they end up doing, let's see what they end up doing. What do we got here? LCS, are you streaming tomorrow too? I'm not sure because I know the Home Run Derby is on tomorrow. I've thought about it. I might. I'll be on the lookout. I'm not quite sure yet. I think honestly, I might not, but stay tuned. Stay tuned. I could maybe be up for it, but I'll be honest with you, like kind of looking over all this draft content over the last few days, I'm pretty wiped. So there's a chance that I might just end up not going live. I might actually try to get ahead on some videos a little bit. So we'll see. I'll see what my mood is like tomorrow. But for the Rangers, for the next few guys, I'll go with either Kyle Teal, maybe Braden Taylor, maybe Jacob Gonzalez, maybe a Rhett Lauder, maybe Chase Dollander out of college. I could see Noble Meyer. Maybe they could go with like Thomas White. I'll go with one of those that I just mentioned. I think the Reds are in a good spot though. Reds are in a good spot. Oh man. But everyone, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. We got almost 2,000 people. We had over 2,000 people at one point. So I'm seeing some of you say in the chat that it's going to be Rhett Lauder. Oh, he just popped up on the screen. All right, Rhett Lauder is going to the Reds. Okay, so it looks like the stream is a little behind. All right, so Rhett Lauder is going to the Reds. I like it. Again, you couldn't really go wrong here if you're the Reds. But I will say that is pretty crazy considering after 2022, Chase Dollander was that guy. And now Rhett Lauder is going in front of Chase Dollander. I like this for the Reds, man. Here's the thing with Rhett Lauder. is he is going to move through that system. You know who Rhett Lauder actually kind of reminds me of? Is it the hair? It might be the hair, but I see Mike Clevinger, the way he like bounces around, sort of like he sort of reminds me of Mike Clevinger. I don't know why, but yeah, Rhett Lauder to me, he's solid. He's not going to blow you away with velocity, but he's going to have some good off-speed stuff. He's going to locate. He works fast. I think Rhett Lauder is going to have a pretty decent career. I think he'll be like a mid-rotation kind of a guy. Could he be like a number 2, possibly? I don't think he's a number... I don't think he's like a number 1 guy in your rotation, but I think that's okay. I think as long as you get a guy for your rotation in the future that's going to provide good innings, he just seems like a dude that is going to be reliable for you. I just see him as just a solid guy. So, but I like it. I like it for the Reds. I think it's a really solid pick. He's going to be in your rotation the next 2 years, I would say. That's the one thing with these college guys at the top of the draft. These guys are probably going to be up in the next couple of years. 2 to 3 years max. So you're seeing a lot of guys that are going to that come out of college now, and they're so advanced, and the competition is so good out there. These guys they're like major league ready. They're very close to major league ready. So I think Lauder, I think you'll see him. Maybe not next year. Who knows? Maybe. But I think by 2025 you'll see Rhett Lauder in that rotation. Brett Edwards, yeah, he throws 95. Yeah, he can get up there, 95, 96. But when I say, here's the thing. This is what I mean. I said Rhett Lauder, he doesn't have a ton of velocity. But when I'm talking velocity, I'm talking like, velocity is different these days. I'm talking like 98, 100. Like, that's what I mean by like velocity. He has good velocity, but it's not going to be Paul Skenes, throwing like 99, 100. So Rhett Lauder is going to be sitting around probably 93, 94, and then he can pump it up to like 97, 98. Like I could see him doing stuff like that. He's not going to be this guy that's, throwing 102. So it's green. Ben Charrington anticipates that Paul Skenes will pitch in the organization this year. Could you imagine? That'd be crazy. That'd be awesome. Could you imagine Paul Skenes getting a start this year or come out of the bullpen? That'd be nuts. Ben, how you doing? Rhett profiles as more of a finesse guy. 4 pitches that he could throw for a strike in any count. Really smart, good feel for pitching. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think Rhett Lauder is going to be really solid. I think he's going to be just a solid pick for the Reds in the end. He's going to be a guy that I think he's going to have a decent career. So, Jack, if you get drafted out of high school, do you still play in college? No. If you sign with the organization, you do not go to college. So, Nick Brady reminds me of Mike Leake. I could see that. Yeah, I can see it. I see Clevinger. The way he bounces around, maybe Clevinger threw a little harder, had more of a ceiling when it came to velocity. But honestly, Clevinger, the way he's been throwing over the last couple of years, he doesn't have anything great. I feel like I remember Clevinger was around like 96, 98 when he was on the Indians. No, not the Guardians. He was on the Indians. He was never on the Guardians. What else do we got here? What do we got? Christopher Simons. Wasn't Strasburg the last guy to do that? Last guy to do what? I don't know. What do we got? Black Yoshi, Wyatt Langford to the Rangers is a steal. I love that pick for the Rangers. That's one of my favorite picks. One of my favorites. Ashton, people aren't talking about Wyatt Langford enough. I agree. I think he's kind of underrated a little bit because all the attention is on Dylan Cruz, and then the top high school player is Max Clark. Like Langford is like that notch below. I think he's gonna be really good. John, Jacob Wilson must be crying that he's in California. I don't know. I mean, is he crying? Is he with the A's? I mean, I don't know. But he'll be a Las Vegas A at some point. Here we go. Manfred is on the stage. Oh, they went with Blake Mitchell. I love it. Love that. They went with prep player. Look at the mascot. Look at the mascot doing the reverse worm. Hey, Blake Mitchell, I think he's a really solid player in this draft. I'm a little surprised he went this high because catchers, you never know, but he has a really good arm and he's a good hit tool. Jimmy Productions, $1.99. I see Jacob deGrom. I think you mean that with Rhett Lauder. Yeah, I see Rhett Lauder and Jacob deGrom with the hair. I don't see the stuff, obviously. But, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I like this pick for the Royals. I know I'm saying I like this pick for, like, every single team, but I do like this one for the Royals, if I'm being honest. I think it's just a good prep player. Salvador Perez is not going to be there forever. So that's the one thing with the Royals, man, is I don't think they have really like a whole lot when it comes to catching in their system. I could be wrong. They got Angel Zerpa. He's in AAA right now. Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. Carter Jensen. But he's still a couple of years away. But he doesn't really grade out as an amazing catcher. You got Luka Tresh at number 11. He has a good arm, but his bat lacks a hit tool. And he's not having a good year in the minors. So, hey, for the Royals, yeah, they could definitely use some catching. You don't really draft for need. But, hey, if they think he's the best player available and that ends up helping them by adding catching depth, I think that's a good idea. So, Blake Mitchell, number 8. I love that. I don't think I saw anyone picking Blake Mitchell to the Royals. Let's actually go to who did the Royals have, or who did Baseball America have the Royals taking? Oh, they got that right. Okay, because they just updated this today. Oh, the Royals got that right. So far, the Baseball America, they have not had one right. Oh, no, they got Jenkins. They did get Walker Jenkins. But, yeah, 1, 2, 3 they got wrong. 4 they got wrong. They got 5 with Jenkins. And then they got 8 with, they got the Royals correct as well. So up next, the Rockies, they had Rhett Lauder. That's who I had too. But let's see. Well, could the Rockies go with Chase Dollander here? That could be maybe their fallback. So if they were connected with Rhett Lauder, I would imagine they're going to go Dollander unless they aren't interested in Dollander and they liked Lauder, so maybe they pivot and they go a different direction. Could you go with a Braden Taylor? Could you go with an Enrique Bradfield? So I think Braden Taylor's interesting because everyone thought the A's were going to take him. So could Braden Taylor go to the Rockies? For this pick, I'll go Chase Dollander or I'll go Braden Taylor. Enrique Bradfield's a really interesting name to keep an eye on in this draft because he's a name out of Vanderbilt, really fast, good in the field, good hit tool, but he's not really like a power guy. Bradfield is a guy, he stole a ton of bases for Vanderbilt, but he's kind of a guy that like not really a whole lot of people are sure where he's going to go. He's ranked number 21 on Pipeline. On Baseball America, he's number 16. So could they? I don't know. I feel like power, obviously with the Rockies, you would like to add power bats. So maybe they would like the defense and the speed that he brings, and he gets the bat on the ball a lot. So maybe that could end up, he doesn't have a whole lot of power, but in cores, maybe that could actually end up helping him out. You can poke out a few. So I'll go that. I'll go Chase Dollander for this pick, or Braden Taylor, or maybe Enrique Bradfield. Could you go with another guy? Could you go possibly with like a Noble Meyer? Go with like a prep picture? We're looking at, I don't know, Aiden Miller is a power bat. Could you go with him? The Rockies are always interesting, man. Here come the Rockies. Look at all that purple, man. I love the purple. Jordan Walker says, Ty Pete needs to be drafted. Are you the actual Jordan Walker? My goodness. But yeah, I've seen Ty Pete's name pop up. He seems like a pretty decent player when you look at the scouting grades. Look at the Rockies mascot. Okay, so they went with Dollander. So I figured if they were looking at Rhett Lauder, that Dollander would be the fallback. I like it. The reason I like it is because he has really good stuff, and he has a slider, and sliders play at Coors. So that's why I like it. The reason I liked Lauder for the Rockies is because he also has a slider, but he gets a lot of ground balls. So Dollander, the one thing with him is scouts were thinking his mechanics were off a bit. So that's kind of one of the reasons that they think he struggled last year, because his ERA was near a 5. It was like a 4.75, I believe. So he's got great stuff, though. That's the one thing, though, is he was having issues with command, but the velocity was still there. The breaking stuff still looked really good. He was losing command, and he was leaving a lot of pitches out over the plate. He was very hittable. So Zolan Helmerich, has Jacob Gonzalez been picked yet? Nope. Jacob Gonzalez, surprisingly, is still here. I had Gonzalez to the Angels. I think now that Jacob Wilson's off the board, I'm going to go Jacob Gonzalez to the Marlins. I'm going to go Jacob Gonzalez for this next one. Or Noble Meyer. I think one of those two. I think because the Marlins, they develop pitching really well. So Noble Meyer would be a good pick. Or Jacob Gonzalez is a guy, he's a good hitter. I could see the Marlins going with him. So those are my two for the Marlins. So LR22, I want the Angels to take Enrique Bradfield. That seems like kind of a player. They like athletic players. So, Joe Adele, that was one guy that a lot of people had their mind on. He kind of almost reminds me of Joe Adele with less power. If you're looking at, the scouting grades, Joe Adele is still trying to find his way, at the major league level. But here we go. It looks like the Marlins, are they coming out now? Nope. I thought the Marlins were coming out. Every time they show the stage, I always think someone's coming out. Oh, man. But everyone, thank you for stopping by today. We got 1,500 people. I appreciate you. Jingja Ninja, how you doing? Love the name. Max Clark is from the same county I'm from. He's the biggest hype we've ever had. Let's get it, Max. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, you don't have a lot of players coming out of Indiana. So, he's huge. I think he has over... How many followers has that guy got on Instagram? Does he have over 300,000 on Instagram? That dude is crazy with his outreach. Yeah, Max Clark, 339,000 subscribers. The dude is exactly what you think of the next generation, right? Coming up, the TikTok age, the TikTok / Instagram age. Max Clark is that hype guy. You know what I mean? That. It seems like the camera is always on him. So, yeah, Nash the second says, hurry up, Miami. Yeah, absolutely. Come on, Miami. Let's go. I got Jacob Gonzalez here. That's who I think they take. Gonzalez or Noble Meyer? They got the stage on the camera. But nothing happening yet. No happening. Sean Johnson, Pirates passing on Cruz is an L. I'm seeing a lot of Pirates fans not happy about that. I was seeing that. I was getting comments on my videos yesterday saying, I had one guy saying that he would, jump off a bridge if the Pirates don't take Dylan Cruz. So, yeah, I'm actually really happy with what the Marlins are doing this year. I think it's awesome. So I think they're actually in a good spot. Because the Marlins, they got some decent prospects in that farm. So I love it when teams are competing and their farm is looking good. That's what all teams are striving for. They want a good organization as a whole, but they want to be competing every year, right? They don't want the yin and the yang, like a bad organization with depth, but they're competing, but they don't want it the other way around either. I mean, I think you would rather have a deep organization and not competing, because at least the future looks bright. But here we go. Here are the Marlins. Oh, they went with the... Okay. All right. They went with the prep guy. That's who I said. I saw they were going to go either Noblemeyer or they were going to go Jacob Gonzalez. I think the Angels are going to get Jacob Gonzalez. That's who I'm thinking. I think the Angels now are in a perfect spot for Jacob Gonzalez now. Can I please get one right? That's all I'm asking. I am 0 for 10 right now when it comes to my picks. Please, Angels, please pick Jacob Gonzalez. I need something right now. Noblemeyer looks like he's like 15 years old. Dude. Oh, my God. He's so young. But, like, there are, like, other high school players that look, like, older. Like, Noblemeyer looks like he's, like, a freshman in high school. Dude is a good picture, though. Good for the Marlins. Love the pick. That's awesome, man. What I love about this is that the Marlins are playing to their strengths. Look how well they have developed pitching. This is a dude that's already really good. Insane. He might look like he's like 15 years old, but the dude is throwing gas. And he's got good off-speed pitches, man. Love that with Noblemeyer. Let's take a look. I'm going to start pulling up the scouting reports. I'm going to start pulling up the grades so we can all go over them. So, Noblemeyer, he's got good velocity already, but very good slider. Okay, 55 slider already. Baseball America actually ranks it a little higher, I believe. So the Marlins had Jacob Gonzalez again. So I think, Baseball America had the Marlins picking Jacob Gonzalez. So I think Gonzalez, I think he's primed to go to the Angels right now. Then again, you got Anthony Rendon for years, so maybe not. But if you're going for talent and you're going for best available, that's what you should do. Who knows? Maybe the Angels go with someone like Matt Shaw. I love Matt Shaw. But Noblemeyer, let's take a look. So Noblemeyer. So here's the difference. Baseball America, this is a huge difference right now. If you look at MLB Pipeline, they give him a 55 slider. But on Baseball America, they give him a 70. So that slider has over 3,000 RPMs of spin. He's going to be really good. The Marlins, man, that could end up being an ace for them down the road. Like, easily. With how well they develop these guys. Oof. I love it, man. Absolutely love it. LR22, you're saying the Angels don't need a shortstop. They got Zach Nato. Here's the thing with Jacob Gonzalez. He's projected to move off of shortstop. Remember, it doesn't matter what position they play, because here's the thing. These guys can move. Like, if you're a shortstop, yeah, you got Zach Nato. That guy's probably going to be your shortstop for a while. So you move these guys off. He could probably move to third. I mean, with the way Anthony Rendon is, I mean, honestly, geez, you might as well take Jacob Gonzalez at this point. You could move him possibly to second. You know, he's a big guy, so he could end up moving. So my few options here, I will go with either Jacob Gonzalez. Matt Shaw is a versatile guy, and he's more projected for second base. Could you go with Aiden Miller? Colin Houck is a prep guy, so he's far away. So Nato's there now, so maybe Colin Houck could be your guy. Could you go with an Arjun Nimala, a guy with a lot of projection? Could be a power bat for you down the road. Could you go with Kyle Teal? I'm forgetting Kyle Teal. I think they either go Jacob Gonzalez, Kyle Teal, or I'll go Colin Houck. I'll go either one of those three guys. So let's take a look here. Baseball America. They had the Angels taking Chase Dollander, so he's gone. So, oh, here we go. Here's the pick. Oh, they went with Seanwell. Yes. They went with Seanwell. I love that. Underrated. Underrated bat out of FAU, Stark Raving Sports. Where are you at, my friend? I know you like your FAU Owls. Nolan Seanwell going to the Angels. He's going to be a first baseman. Could he end up being the next Freddie Freeman? He is that good of a bat. Really good. Love this pick. One of my favorite players in this draft. Here's Nolan Seanwell. Let's go to his profile. So Seanwell, it's a bit of a reach if you're looking at the pipeline, but the dude can hit. 60 hit tool, 50 power. That power could probably get better. But he's got a 60 hit. He's going to be a first baseman. That's what ranks him lower. Because he's not really anywhere else. Like maybe he could play some left field, so I could see that. But he's more of a first baseman. He's good at first base. But when you're kind of limited like that, it's sort of when you lack the versatility, it can reduce your value. So, but I could see him, getting some time out in left field too. I love it though. I love the bat. I think it's great. Love it, love it, love it. One of my favorite players. Let's take a look. Baseball America. Did they have Seanwell mentioned here? Yeah, though. It says here on their mock draft, for hitters, Shaw is mentioned here, and both Jacob Gonzalez and Enrique Bradfield might be options as well. Bryce Eldridge. Here's the thing about Bryce Eldridge. I think he's either going to be like a late round pick or he's going to go like a compensation pick. I could see something like that. I feel like Eldridge isn't going to go very high. So, but let's focus on the Cubs. We're getting close to my Red Sox, everyone. Oh, no, sorry, the Diamondbacks. We have the Diamondbacks up next. So I had Aiden Miller going here. Can I get one right? Please? Can I just get one right? Where is Kyle Teal? Honestly, if you're the Red Sox, take Kyle Teal. Gosh, I would love that. Man, I love me some Connor Wong, but I don't know, man. But Diamondbacks are interesting. Could they go the college route? I think if you're going to go college, I don't know. Diamondbacks, it's very interesting because they're having guys starting to graduate now. Guys are coming up, so they could add depth back to that organization. So, or they could go with a college player that's going to come up in the next couple of years. You can go both ways. It makes sense to go both. If I'm looking at the Diamondbacks, I had Aiden Miller going there. I think a prep player might make some sense. Both pitchers are off the board now from college, Dollander and Louder. So, could you go with a Hurston Waldrop if you wanted to add some pitching? I could maybe see that. Waldrop possibly. Could you go with a Braden Taylor? I could see that. I'll go three guys here. But then I could see one of the prep guys. I'll go either Colin Houck, Aiden Miller, Taylor, or Waldrop. So those are my four choices for the Diamondbacks. Let's see if I can land on one of them. Let's see. What do we got going on in the chat here? Jameson, how you doing, my friend? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Isaac X98, welcoming Skenes into Pittsburgh happily. You should be happy. This is your next Garrett Cole. This is your next guy. Jacob Cruz, thoughts on Walker Martin? I have Walker Martin going a little down in the draft. I think that's a guy that's being a little slept on. Number 30 as of right now. Good power. I'd like it if he had a bit more of a hit. Baseball America, I think, ranks him a little better when it comes to the hit tool. I could be wrong. Yeah, they actually give him a 55 hit and a 50 power. So Pipeline and Baseball America are backwards on this one. So, but he's a good athlete. So that's the thing with Walker Martin is it's a thing. Like, this is such a deep draft, and you got good players and even in this range. Like, even someone like a Kevin McGonigal. Look at like a 60 hit tool at a high school. Like, that's insane. All right, here we go. Let's go to the pick. Oh, Tommy Troy. I once again am wrong. I like it, though. I like all the picks. I'm going to say I like every single pick. But Tommy Troy, this dude's a gamer, man. Went to Stanford. Dude's a good hitter. He's got some power. He's a little undersized. 5'10". I like it, man. I think it's great. Diamondbacks are going to be very happy with him. I like that. Drax97, find someone who likes you as much as Robbie likes every pick. I like every pick because I like all these players. There's something really good about all these players. If I were to pick one player, now, okay, let's go a little opposite here, right? If I were to pick one player I don't like very much, Dollander scares me a little bit because the Rockies don't develop pitching very well. So the Dollander one does scare me. I like the potential of it, but that one scares me. If he went to a team like the Marlins or even the Reds have done a good job with developing pitching. I would have liked Dollander on the Reds. So I think that would have been a better organization for him. So I don't trust the Rockies very much. Wyatt Langford. Or no, I love that pick. Sorry. Walker Jenkins. I'm a little concerned with him when it comes to the health. I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll see. But that dude could be really good. Could be really good. Blake Mitchell. I like him, but high school catchers are always, you don't really know what's going to happen. But he's got a good hit tool. So I like Blake Mitchell. Probably the one I don't like the most is Dollander. Walker Jenkins scares me a little bit when it comes to the health. Blake Mitchell's a little unpredictable. Here's the thing with Jacob Wilson to the A's. I like the pick for the A's because it's safe, and the guy is going to hit everything. He's not going to hit for a lot of power. If you're the A's, I can almost respect the pick because you're in such a bad spot right now as an organization. But Jacob Wilson is a guy that you're going to be able to count on. So I like that for the A's. I thought he was going to go a little lower, but I like that he went higher. Hey, good for him. He's going to make more money. But yeah, those are the two picks I'm a little weary about. Dollander and Jenkins. So we will see. All right. Chicago Cubs. Who could the Cubs go with? I don't know. I'm wrong about everything. I had Matt Shaw going to the Cubs. I hope not, because I really want my Red Sox to take Matt Shaw. For crying out loud, can my Red Sox just take Matt Shaw? Please. But Matt Shaw seems like a player like the Cubs would take. If I'm looking at some, Aiden Taylor has been a guy. Arjun Nimala is a guy. I'll probably go Nimala or Miller. Maybe you could go with a college guy. I mean, Kyle Teal is still here. Oh, I got one. I got a pick right. I mocked Matt Shaw to the Cubs. I got one right. Yes. Oh, I'm so happy I got one right. Oh, man. I didn't think I was going to get one right. I did it. Oh, it's amazing that I'm so happy over one correct pick. I love it, though, because Matt Shaw is one of my favorite players in this draft. I love Matt Shaw. I just said right before the pick, he seems like a Cub. Like the guys that they like to pick. and the guys that they like to have, he just seems like a Chicago Cub. You know, I love that. He is one of my favorite players coming out of this. I said the same thing about Matt McClain a couple of years ago. He reminds me of Matt McClain, and he reminds me of Dustin Pedroia. Love that for the Cubs. Here come my Red Sox. All right, everyone. I don't know what the heck the Red Sox are going to do here. I had them going with Cooper Pratt. Cooper Pratt is way lower on this board. I see the Red Sox doing an underslot deal. That seems like something Chaim Bloom would do. I had them going deeper to number 63 with Cooper Pratt. He's got a 55 hit tool. He's got a 60 arm out of high school. I'm going with that. If they pick Cooper Pratt and I get this one right, I will never let anyone forget about it. I'm going to tell you that right now. I will never stop talking about how if I get this one right, I will never stop talking about it. I promise you all that. But I could see them going under slot because that is something that they've done. Marcelo Meyer was different because you had the number 4 pick and you had Marcelo Meyer fall into your lap. Like, you had to take him at that point. I'll go Cooper Pratt. I'm also wondering, if this is a guy like Luke Keeschel. That could be a guy. Baseball America gives him a 50 hit tool, but Pipeline gives, is it Keeschel or Keeschal? I'm going to say Keeschel. But Keeschel, he is ranked number 90 on Pipeline, and they give him a 55 hit tool. He went to Arizona State this past year, and he hit really well there. So I'll go either Cooper Pratt, Luke Keeschel, or there is a possibility. They don't ever take pitching. That's the one thing the Red Sox never do, and I don't think they're going to do it again, or they're not going to change their mind. But I wonder, because you got a guy, where is he here? Thomas Wyatt, out of Massachusetts. Could you go with a hometown kid, a prep pitcher? But the Red Sox, they don't ever take pitching in the first round. Yeah, you took Tanner Houck a couple of years ago, but they don't ever really do it. So if you were to go with some higher guy, Aiden Miller's still here. I think Aiden Miller is interesting. He's got a lot of power from the right side. I think that's very possible. Colin Houck is still here. That's a shortstop, a prep shortstop. They like taking the prep shortstops. You got Arjun Numala still here. So I'll go with either Numala, Houck, Aiden Miller. I'm very sad that Shaw and Troy are off the board. Jacob Gonzalez is still here. He's still here. And you got Kyle Teal still there. I hope they take Teal. Please take Teal. Oh, I'd love that. Please. Don't be cute. Chaim, if you're watching this, I know you're in the draft room right now, okay? I know you're in the draft room. I know you're busy. I know you're talking. You're on the phones. Please take Kyle Teal. Please. He's right there. Come on. He's a catcher. A lefty catcher. That could be your next Veritek. Please take Kyle Teal. Please. I wanted Matt Shaw, but he's gone. Tommy Troy, I would have been absolutely happy with Tommy Troy. He's gone. If they take Jacob Gonzalez, I would like that too. Could you go with an Enrique Bradfield Jr.? Fast guy? Maybe. CG with a super chat. Thoughts on Dylan Head? Extremely athletic guy. I think he's going to go more later on. But yeah, I think that's a guy to keep an eye out for, man. He reminds me of Crawford that got taken by the Tigers not too long ago. Carl Crawford's son. I forget his first name, but very athletic kind of a guy. But those are the guys that I'm going. Could the Red Sox take a picture, a college picture in a Hurston Waldrop? Good stuff. I'd be okay with Hurston Waldrop, honestly. The guy strikes out a ton of guys. He's got a good splitter. Oh, but please take Kyle Teal. 55 hit tool. Good arm. Oh, Red Sox, do something good. Yes! Yes! They did it! Yes! Yes! Thank you, Hyde Bloom, for not being cute. Yes! I love this pick. I love all the picks, but I love this pick. This could be your next Veritek. Yes! ACC Player of the Year. Yes! Oh, I love this. Woo! I'm so happy they didn't go with an underslot deal. Oh, I'm so relieved. Boston, I had him going at number 5. Oh, this is so good. The dude has such a good hit tool, and his arm is amazing. We have a catcher of the future. I am so big on this. I didn't think Kyle Teel would even be available. I figured he was going to go in the top 10. Oh, I'm so happy, everyone. I'm so happy. This makes me really happy. Yes. X, just like Marcelo, a steal. This is a birthday gift. Thank you to the Red Sox for not getting cute here. I was really scared they were going to go with an underslot. Oh, I'm so happy with this, man. Where is Jacob Gonzalez going? I mean, what is going on here? Jacob Gonzalez, people had this guy. Like, people had him going number 5. And he's still number... I mean, honestly, if you're the White Sox, I mean, come on. Like, you gotta maybe take one of these guys, man. For the White Sox, I wonder if they go with Aiden Miller. Jacob Gonzalez would be a really nice bat to have. He's right there. Could you go Waldrop? They've been connected with Dollander, so could you go with Waldrop? I think that could be pretty fun. Yohandy Morales, that's a power bat. Could you go with him? I think for the White Sox, that's the thing. The White Sox are in bad shape with their major league team, and their organization does not rank well when it comes to their prospects. So I could see them adding a piece like a Houck or an Aiden Miller. Oh, they're talking about Kyle Teel. Oh, talk about it all day. I am so happy with this pick. Love Kyle Teel, man. So cool. Hold on one second, everyone. I am putting out a tweet. One second, everyone. But yeah, I'm tweeting out right now. That's another thing. I mentioned it earlier. I didn't think Teel would make it, like, at all. Like, he's one of my favorite players in the draft. I love just a good catcher. You know, like, I love that. And I love that. That's something the Red Sox, they got Connor Wong, which he's been fun, but here come the White Sox. Okay, they went Gonzalez. Okay. I like it. I figured they're the opposite, right? Their organization is not really in great shape. The major league team is bad. Your farm system is thin. But Jacob Gonzalez is a really good bat. So I've talked about Jacob Gonzalez with the unorthodox bat, the unorthodox stance. Look at the back leg if you're watching the highlights right now. He crouches the back leg a lot. So, but he almost has like a George Springer kind of a build, right? He's 6'2", a solid 200 pounds. I think that's a really like good build to have. Like, he reminds me of Springer a lot. So I think he's going to be a really good player. He just gets the bat and the ball. Like, all these players are so good in the first round. But yeah, I was wondering where the White Sox would go. I was wondering if maybe they would add like more youth, right? More like an 18-year-old kind of a player, like an Aiden Miller. I thought that could have been a pretty decent guy, you know, or Colin Houck. You got Colson Montgomery, but Colin Houck, he looks like he's going to end up being a really solid player. One second, everyone. One second. 1 second, everyone. 1 second. Alrighty, we're back. Jimmy Production says, how mad were you when Shaw got drafted by the Cubs? I was sad, man. It makes me think, I wonder if the Red Sox had Shaw penciled in, and then they went with Teal. Or did they have Teal? To me, like, Teal is the kind of player that I would love to have. And he seems like a guy that would really do well in Boston. He's like a high energy kind of a guy. I don't know. There's something about Teal that I really liked. I just didn't think he would make it. Shaw is like that same kind of a guy, like a high energy, like baseball player, right? They're all baseball players, but like a dirt dog kind of a player. That's what Shaw was to me. And the Red Sox have been linked with him for a little while. So I figured if he fell to them, that there was a good chance they'd take him. But I just wonder, who did the Red Sox have ahead on their board? I would imagine they had probably Kyle Teal ahead. Oh, look at Matt Shaw's on the... where's Matt Shaw right now? He's like hanging out like in a room or something. I don't even know where he's at. But yeah, Shaw's a great pick for the Cubs. Yeah, I would have loved Shaw on the Red Sox, but let's take a look here. Where are we at? So we got the Giants up next. The Giants are interesting. Who did I have for I had Tommy Troy going to the Giants. So all of the college players are like coming off the board now. Teal's off. Troy's off. Gonzalez is off. Waldrop is still there. I think Waldrop could be interesting, but you got Bradfield Jr. That'd be good for their outfield. But I don't know. Could they go with a prep player here? Could you go... Eldridge is right there. Eldridge is so interesting. Now, remember, the Giants, they drafted Reggie Crawford. So that's a guy who is a two-way player. Could do the same thing with Eldridge. Could you imagine with a lineup in the future, you got like two-way players? That'd be insane. I would love that. Could you go with Thomas White? They got Kyle Harrison in that system already. Thomas White, maybe. Dylan Head, he's very athletic. But all of the college guys are off the board. You got Aiden Miller. Colin Houck is still right here. Arjun Namala, he's a projectable guy. I don't know who they go with here. I don't know what they do. But I don't know. I've seen Eldridge connected with the Giants, so maybe him. Chase Davis, that's a decent college player. Played at Arizona. He was really good last year. Good power. Not really too much of a hit tool. 45, 55 hit and power. But I don't know. I don't know who the Giants are going to pick here. I got no clue. Tommy, who do you think the Guardians are going to select? For the Guardians, I had... where is he? I had Joe Whitman for the Guardians out of Kent State. So, Ohio. Here we go. Here are the Giants. Oh, they went with Eldridge. Ooh, they went with him. I figured Eldridge would be like bottom first round, maybe like a compensation pick. Oh, man, they went with the two-way guy. So they got two guys in their system now that are two-way players. That's fantastic. Wow. So you got Reggie Crawford already, who he's going to be a pitcher, but they did let him bat a little bit. So in rookie ball, he went 3 for 19. I mean, he looks like he's going to be more on the mound, but Eldridge is really interesting because the thing with Eldridge is that he has power. Like, he can, like, and he looks pretty good when he's swinging. So, looking at Eldridge here. So, Eldridge, he's got a 50-50 with the hit and the power, so he has that potential. He's 6'7", and he's pretty solid when it comes to his pitch with his pitch mix. Fastball at 55, slider at 55. Let's see what Baseball America is saying about Eldridge. So they have him at number 22. So they give him a 45 hit, but they give him a 60 power. I mean, hey, left-handed bat in San Francisco. That's pretty crazy. That, man, wow, I love it. But they give us similar grades with the fastball slider. He definitely has a chance to be a two-way player, for sure. Where did the Baseball America guys... So they had Matt Shaw. So, do they even have Kyle Teal's name here? No, they didn't think Teal would even make it this far. Yeah, so the Giants, they had Enrique Bradfield. Is Eldridge even here? No, they didn't even list Eldridge. It says here, I'm curious if the Giants would take a picture. Noble Meyer, Waldrop, Thomas White. Mostly hearing bats, Tommy Troy, Matt Shaw, Aiden Miller. Man, these two guys are still on the board. Aiden Miller. And Colin Houck. That's, I mean, number 11 and 12 on Pipeline. And these guys are still there. And Arjun Namala, number 11. That's the thing. I thought Namala was going to fall. After seeing that he was striking out a ton, I don't know, like, he's a projectable bat, but, you know, just if I'm reading a guy's, like, striking out a lot in high school, that worries me a little bit. It's different if you go to college, you know. Even in college, that would still worry me a little bit. But to me, when I'm looking at a guy, I want bat-to-ball skills. I don't want swing and miss. Like, that's something I don't want players having all that. So, Namala, I wonder, I think he could end up being a guy, like, possibly for the Rays. The Rays seem to don't mind guys that have swing and miss. So, you know, and that same kind of goes for, like, Yohandy Morales. So, could you go Namala for the Rays? Possibly. But yeah, I'm really interested to see. Could Colin Houck make it down to the Braves? Aiden Miller, one of those guys? Colin Houck would be cool because he's from Georgia. So that could be a pretty nice addition for the Braves. But taking a look, what else do we got? Who's up next? So we got the Orioles. So I had Chase Davis going to the Orioles. Parker, how you doing? Tigers, good or bad pick? I mean, I like Max Clark. To me, I will always respect if a team goes the long route. You know, like the Tigers for the last couple of years, they really tried to accelerate, you know, and they still, you know, they could go out in free agency this offseason. They could add some guys and then they could be good next year, you know. I like it if a team is adding prep guys because they're just looking long term. I'm always a fan of that. If you're adding prep guys, I think that's great. What do we got? Mark, who should the Brewers pick? Brewers, they're up after the Orioles are on the clock. Oh, they took Bradfield. So I was thinking Chase Davis. But Enrique Bradfield, this dude, bat on the ball, tons of speed. The guy's ridiculous. He stole, like, how many bases over the last couple of years? Like 130 bases. Insane. He's not going to be a power guy, but he's going to be really fast. I like that a lot. I thought maybe there was a chance he could fall to the compensation round just because he lacked the power and he doesn't really have much of an arm. But I like that for the Orioles, man. When anyone that's adding this speed to your organization, he's got a player comp of Kenny Lofton. Love that. Where were we? I think I was responding to... Oh, Logan, what do the Brewers do? I had them taking Nolan Shanwell. So they seem to go college. So when you're looking at college guys, you got Braden Taylor on the board still. That sounds like kind of a guy that, he gets batting the ball. He has good plate discipline. Could that be a guy for the Brewers? Waldrop, if they wanted to add a pitcher. Waldrop is there. Morales is a power bat. Could you add Chase Davis? Could you add Thomas White if you wanted to go prep pitcher? I'm really intrigued with where Thomas White goes. I'll go for these. My top 3 for the Brewers right here. I'll go Braden Taylor. Then again, I don't know where Houck and Miller are going to go. I'm not sure. These guys are wild cards to me right now. So for the Brewers, again, they tend to go college. So I'll go Waldrop or Chase Davis. I think one of those guys. And then, or Braden Taylor. So that's what I think. What else we got? Big Hurt. MLB draft picks are the biggest crapshoots of any draft, so I don't really grade them until they make it to the show. Yeah, it's kind of hard to grade picks. It's almost kind of pointless. I know there's been other channels out there. I know Draftneck Mark he's done grades before. You can give your opinions and whatever. I think this draft, it's easier to grade this one because I think a lot of these players they're going to be really good. College and the minors right now, like at least the top college players, man, they're like very close in terms of talent, like with these guys in the minor leagues. The really good guys in college, like the top guys. So, like, I love Matt Shaw for the Cubs. I think that's awesome for them. Like, I love because I know I fully believe that he is going to be really good for them. Like Tommy Troy for the Diamondbacks. I love that. Like, I think he's a gamer kind of a guy. Gonzalez, guy just hits. I think Jacob Wilson, I think he's going to be very successful in the major leagues. Will he be like an all-time great shortstop? Probably not. But I think he has a successful career. I'm just saying, Kyle Teal, dude's going to be awesome. I love him. He's great. So yeah, the draft is a crapshoot. I completely agree. It's so difficult to predict because teams, they're not going to be putting out there, right? Like, oh yeah, we're really looking at this guy. Like, there's so many things going on. Like, the last thing teams want to be doing is putting out like any sort of information. Trades is like one thing, but draft picks, like, that's a whole different story. Ant24, where do you think McGonigal is going? I think he goes later on. I think there's a chance he can go first round. McGonigal is a guy that gets a lot of contact. So up next, we got the Brewers. Honestly, could a guy like Kevin McGonigal, I just saw the pick. Wow, they went with a prep guy, Brock Wilken. Power bat. Oh, no, sorry. He's not prep. I'm mixing up with Aiden Miller. No, Brock Wilkins out of college. They went with the college guy. So I was right about that. Yeah, Brock Wilkins, a power bat. 45 hits, 60 power. Hey, I like me some power. I'm a little afraid of the hit. I'm always afraid of guys with low hit tools. Kind of goes hand in hand. Like the Brewers offensively this year, they don't really rank well. I mean, if we're looking at the team batting rankings, and the Brewers are 26 overall. Where do the Brewers rank in batting average? 26 overall. Hey, this goes hand in hand. Brock Wilken, he's their style. He's not going to get a lot of base hits, but he'll hit for a ton of power. Like, this is a guy that, you would think, like, oh, he's a good Colorado Rocky, Andrew Boudreaux, Brewers needed a third baseman. Yeah, dude. That gets good for them. I like it. Hey, power bat, I'm not too big on the hit tool. I just like guys with hit tools. I like guys that consistently put bats on the balls. That's just me. So, Brock Wilken wasn't one of my favorite guys coming in here. But who knows? Let's see what he turns into. Hey, Noble Meyer interviewing with Harold Reynolds. Meyer's huge, dude. It's crazy because Meyer looks like he's 15, but he's massive. Like, Meyer is, so he's 6'5". That's nuts. These kids what are you feeding these kids? How are they so big? Like, what in the world, man? I'm 5'11". Like, how in the world are these kids so big? I'll never understand it. 6'5" at 18. Get out of your freaking mind. Here we go. We got the Rays next. Honestly, Brock Wilken would be a guy that I could see the Rays taking. I have the Rays going with the guy from Miami, hometown guy, in a Yohandy Morales. Very similar to the guy they picked last year. Not much of a hit tool, but he's got a ton of power. They give him a 50 hit tool on here, but Baseball America wasn't as kind. Where is he? I think they gave him a 45. Yeah, they gave him a 45 hit, but the power is real. That dude hits bombs. So, he had a good year at Miami, though. He hit over 400. So, it is pretty crazy that, with the year that he had, he still put up a batting average with what he did. But the thing is, he's aggressive. So, I could see why that could end up giving him problems in pro ball. But that's who I got the Rays picking. Could you go with Chase Davis? Chase Davis, he's an athletic guy. I know the Rays, they like their athletes. I'll go here for the Rays. I'll go Chase Davis. I'll go with Yohandy Morales. Could you go with Hurston Waldrop? Not too far away at UF. Could do something like that. You still got Colin Houck. You got Aiden Miller. These two, Arjun Namala, I mentioned him earlier. There's a lot of projection there. So, Drens for the Rays. High risk, high reward players. Arjun Namala seems like that kind of a guy. I'll go Arjun Namala, Yohandy Morales. Maybe you could go with like a Dylan Head. I could see something like that. We'll have to wait and see. But the Rays are always interesting. Big Hurt, 1989. Morales sounds like another Javi Baez. Yeah. I could see that. Oh, Javi Baez. Confident. Robbie, wait till you find out Teal is a Yankee fan. Stop it. Well, he's going to be a Red Sox fan here soon. Gabe, Aiden Miller is gross. I'm guessing you mean that in a good way. Nicholas Carrasco, what's up, dude? Robbie, how you feeling, buddy, about your pick? Oh, yeah, I love the pick. Absolutely love it. Yang Gang, are you a fan of the Teal pick? Oh, dude, when I saw that happen, if you go back, if you rewind, I absolutely loved it. Loved it. Because I again, it was like Marcelo Meyer a couple of years ago. You didn't think he was going to fall to you. I had him going number 5. And I was like really hoping they weren't going to do anything stupid. It's like one of those things, man. When you got a good player like that right in front of you, you take the freaking player. And I'm glad the Red Sox didn't mess that up. Here we go. What are the Rays going to do here? Oh, Braden Taylor finally off the board. There he is, Braden Taylor. Good pick. Hey, this is a guy you can count on. Like, I think he's going to end up being good. I feel like I say that about everyone here. But, yeah, dude, Braden Taylor, this guy just hits. So let's pull him up here. Yeah, he's got 55 hit, 55 power. Baseball America ranks him at number 14. So the Rays got themselves a good deal. 60 hit, 50 power. So yeah, this is good here. Yeah, no, yeah, it's Cat. As a Rays fan, I like this. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, we had some breaking news earlier. Red Sox breaking news. I guess it's not breaking anymore because it was a couple hours ago. But Blaze Jordan and Wickelman Gonzalez are being promoted to Double-A. Blaze Jordan is the name that people will know. But Blaze Jordan is going to Double-A. I love it. Love it. Alrighty. Yeah, Corey. Blaze hits bombs. I can't wait for Blaze Jordan to get to the Red Sox. Please have that guy get to the Red Sox. I really hope. We got the Blue Jays up next. I think Thomas White is a guy that's been connected with the Blue Jays. So keep an eye out for that. Bolt, thoughts on the Blake Mitchell pick? Yeah, Blake Mitchell is great. High school catcher, it's a little risky. You don't know what you're going to get with these high school catchers. But he has a good arm, and he has a good hit tool. So let's see what he turns into. They had Kyle Teal ahead of Blake Mitchell, which is understandable. But with Braden Taylor, oh no, sorry, not Braden Taylor, Blake Mitchell. What the heck? It's almost bedtime. But yeah, Blake Mitchell, they give him a better hit tool on Pipeline. They only go 45 here, but he has power. So I think for the, I think for Blake Mitchell, man, hey, it is risky because he doesn't have much of a hit and he's power over hit. I don't like that combo, and he's a high school catcher. So I'm a little worried about Blake Mitchell, to be honest. Like, it's not my favorite pick. But, hey, who knows? That's the thing. You just don't know what's going to happen with these guys. He has, history working against him. High school catchers don't turn out to work out very well. He's not much of an athlete either. So he has an arm, so I guess if he ends up moving to, maybe a corner outfield spot, he has an arm to be out there. So we'll see. We'll see if he sticks at catcher. If we go back here to his defense, he has a good field. So he's going to be good defensively. He just doesn't move all that much. Could he end up being a third baseman at some point? Like a power hitting lefty third baseman? Maybe. So we'll see if he sticks at catcher. He can, if he has a 55 field already at a high school, I think that's good. But the 45 hit worries me a smidge. Because again, I like these guys to have hit tools. I'd rather them have like a 60 hit and a 45 power. Because at least the power will get better. So, or has a lot of potential to get better. But we're making our way into the bottom 10 here, everyone. We have been over 1,000 strong for the entire night. Super Coleman 88. What is with the funeral music in the back? That's not funeral music. This is elevator music. This is, what do they call it? Lofi music. Chill music. Sean Johnson. Could Colin Houck end up on the Yankees? Hey. Why not? The Yankees have been connected with one guy out of New York, and that is Sammy Stafura. So 45 hit on Pipeline, but Baseball America gives him a better grade. They give him a 50. He's a pretty balanced player, according to Baseball America. 50 hit, 50 power. But could they end up taking Colin Houck? Sure. The Yankees, over the years, if they like a player, they seem to just end up taking that player, you know? Oh, they took Namala. Okay. A lot of mock drafts had Namala going to the Blue Jays. So the Blue Jays had Sean, or I keep saying Baseball America had the Blue Jays taking Seanwell. So here we go. Yeah. So two guys that they mentioned here, Chase Davis, Arjun Namala, frequently mentioned. Blue Jays could be in on Dylan Head, Kevin McGonigal. But yeah, no, Arjun Namala, again, he struck out a lot this past spring, so he had trouble making contact, but he's got this like wiry sort of build. You know, like he has a lot of room to grow. Cool thing. He's Indian descent. So he could end up being the first ever Indian baseball player in the major leagues. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, no, he's all projection. Namala, like he is definitely power over hit at this point. But he's a good shortstop. He moves around really well. I've watched the video. He's pretty loose out there when he's playing short. So yeah, he fields well. He's got a good arm too. But yeah. Yeah, if you're watching him now, he moves well out there at short. It's just again, I don't like the strikeouts, man. They scare me. But if we go here to his scouting, they got 50 hit, 55 power, but Baseball America, they have him at 17 overall. I mean, they go 50, 55. I mean, overall, he ranks with, but that's just the one thing I read on Fangraphs, actually, that they had heard that he was dropping down boards because he struck out a lot this past season. So, Julian Lampkin, thank you for subscribing, my friend. Thank you. Big Hurt, 1989. Your friend from Ballcap Sports doesn't look too thrilled. Oh, no. Jim doesn't like the Blue Jays pick. Again, I'm surprised that I would personally give him a 45 hit if he did have that bad of a season, or at least an underwhelming season. I would go with a 45 hit. But the power potential is real. He's got like a wiry frame, you know, kind of like what's his face from the Mets? Mauricio? Am I going? I'm in such draft mode right now. I'm going blank on names. But if we go to the Mets prospects, yeah, like he kind of reminds me of Mauricio a little bit. You know, he's taller, but he still needs to fill into his frame a little bit. But he's kind of like that. He's got the longer limbs, but when he gets into one, man, and he just hits it like a mile. So that would be my comp, slightly. He's not a major league player, but you know, Mauricio is a guy that I think of. So, yeah, Alex Ramirez too, a little bit. Like a lower hit tool, but he's got the power when he gets into one. That's kind of how I see Namala. Hey, you never know. That power potential could be there. So down the road at some point. It's going to be a little bit before you see Namala, though, I think. It'll be at least a few years. 3 to 4 years, I think. But the Cardinals are up next. I had them going with Hurston Waldrop. That was my pick. And they tend to go college. So we'll see. We'll see. Last year, the Cardinals went with Cooper Jerpy. And then they went with Michael McGreevy a couple of years ago. I think Waldrop, if they stick to the college picture route, Waldrop would be the guy. So, I mean, it's taking a look here at the board. Why isn't this working? Again, what the heck is going on with Colin Houck and Aiden Miller? I think Colin Houck or Miller, man, that you got to be thinking they're going to be going in this bottom 10. All these guys are off the board now. Waldrop seems to be the guy that fits the mold of the Cardinals. That's what I'm thinking here. Or Chase Davis. I think they go college guy. Or maybe Morales, but I don't know. Probably not Morales. I'll go Davis or Waldrop. Ah, they went with Chase Davis. Okay. Went with Chase Davis. That makes sense. Kind of reminds me of Dylan Carlson a little bit. Kind of. Maybe a slightly less hit tool coming out. But this dude can hit bombs. Look at the follow through on the swing if you're watching the highlights right now. I do like this. Chase Davis is a fun player. I worry about the hit, but he's an athlete and he has a good arm. That sounds like a Cardinal kind of a player. Now, Waldrop. Where is Waldrop going? He's got to go somewhere here. Could the Mariners end up taking him? Ooh, the Mariners is interesting. I have George Lombard Jr. going to the Mariners. That was the guy that they've been connected to. Lombard is number 31. The Mariners are interesting because they have a few picks here. They got this pick, and then they got the 29th pick and number 30. So the Mariners, they got a lot of flexibility here. I would imagine they're going to go prep guys. Because, again, this is another organization. You're getting a lot of these guys graduating now, right? They don't got Arroyo anymore. They don't got Noelvi Marte, sorry. But, so I would imagine they probably go prep. Could Thomas White? Thomas White is still here. I think they could go Waldrop, and then they could use the next couple of picks on some high school guys. Could you go Colin Houck or Aiden Miller? I would think if they do go college, I think one of these three picks are going to be, one of them is going to be a college guy. I would think, right? Unless you really want to go prep heavy. But you got three picks to work with here, so could one of them be a college? You know, they've developed pitching well, so maybe Waldrop is a guy that fits their mold a little bit. I don't know. Houck is interesting. They've been connected with Lombard Jr. Walker Martin, possibly. That's another guy. Maybe Cole Emerson. Cole Emerson is one thing about Cole Emerson is he's young for his class. He's still only 17 years old. So we will see. We will see. But the Mariners, if you're a Mariners fan, I know your season has been a little underwhelming. I know you got the All-Star break, but hey, people are focused on this one, man. Is that Chase Davis, I think? Yeah, I think that's Chase Davis. All right, everyone. What are you guys saying here in the chat? We still got 1,000 people in here. We were at 2,000 people at one point. I think we were almost at 2,500. That might have been a record for a stream. Man, oh, man. I will say this, everyone. The next big stream, I will be doing power rankings, obviously. Probably not this week. No, obviously not today. Not next Sunday either, because I'm going to do a mid-season power rankings, like a pre-recorded video. But be on the lookout, everyone. Trade deadline. I'm probably going to go live pretty early for the trade deadline. I will probably be hanging out for a little while for the trade deadline. I'm not sure what time the deadline is, so if anyone knows, let me know. But trade deadline, that's going to be another big stream. I wasn't live last year for the trade deadline. I was very upset about that because I had to work that day. So this year, though, I'm going to make up for it. I'm going to be doing a long stream for the trade deadline this year. So, yeah, Georgia Bulldogs rule. Yeah, I'm not going to do power rankings tonight, obviously, because of the draft. And then I'm just going to do like a mid-season rankings during this week at some point. So Yeah, the Mariners, I don't know. I don't know what they do here. It's interesting because you got 3 picks basically in the next, how many picks next 10 picks, you got 3 of them. So they could go college guy here unless they think one of the college guys can fall to them. But they could go prep. Halk, Miller, Walker Martin, Cole Emerson are back here, Lombard Jr. Well, the Mariners are the hometown team. Let's see what they do. Oh. I'm glad they're doing something like this, man. These stories, man, they always tug at the heartstrings, man. I'm a teacher, everyone, so, seeing stuff with kids, it's always, it always hits home for me, man. Jesus. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he had a transplant. Oh, that's cool, man. Cancer free? Oh, that's awesome. Look at that. Whoa, that kid actually threw a good pitch. Jeez. Threw it far, man. Ah. Man, he's gotten big, too. Kid's probably so nervous. Oh, can you imagine you're, 8, 9 years old and you're announcing something like this in front of all these people? Oh, it's a Cole Emerson. He was connected with the Guardians a lot, so the Guardians are probably pretty cheesed off right now. They took Cole Emerson right before the Guardians. Oh, the Guardians are so cheesed off right now because that's the one guy they've been tied to for a while. SoundFX09 with a super chat. No power rankings tonight. Oh well, we saw who was number 1 this weekend with the Braves taking 2 from Tampa Bay. Considering doing a midseason report video on my Atlanta Braves, would you all like that? Yeah. Well, I'm going to do a midseason power. I said this not too long ago, but I'm going to do a midseason power rankings sometime this week. I'm going to kind of run through it real quick instead of like a quick show because I've done that for the last couple of years. So I'll have some fun with that. And yeah, you know where the Braves are going to be. They're going to be right up there. You got nothing to worry about, SoundFX. You got nothing to worry about. But here we go. I have Joe Whitman going to the Guardians. Cole Emerson, what's really good about Cole Emerson for the Mariners, dude has really good bat-to-ball skills. For being 17 years old, he's really young for a high school player. Teams like that, man. Some teams are out there, they're like, hey, he's this young and he's playing this good. Hey, let's do it. But yeah, he's a good hitter. So taking a look at the scouting report on Pipeline, he already has a 60 hit. That's what I was wondering if maybe the Red Sox would end up taking him because they take the prep guys. Again, you know what else is really good about the Red Sox taking Kyle Teal? Excuse my giraffe neck Robbie for a second. But you know what's really good about the Red Sox taking Teal is they didn't take a shortstop. They didn't take a middle infielder. They took a different position for once. Love it. Oh, I love Kyle Teal. But Kyle Teal, if you're a Yankee fan, we gotta switch that up. What is this? A's fans protest at the draft. No, really? That's really funny. Oakland fans chanted, "Sell the team." Oh, that's hilarious. Could you imagine the mob of Oakland A's fans showing up at the draft? Brutal. Man. Levi, how you doing? Colin Houck, same high school as Matt Olson and Jeff Francoeur. Huh. Is that a future Atlanta Brave? Could that be it? I mean, he's from Georgia. I say Colin Houck to the Braves. Who did I have for the Braves? Did I have Colin Houck for the Braves? I don't remember. Let's see. I don't remember who I had for the Braves. I think I had Colin. I think I had a shortstop. Let's see. Oh, I did. Yeah, Colin Houck. Come on. Come on, Braves. Take Colin Houck at 24. I need some right picks. I need some picks to go my way. I think I've only gotten like one right. So bad. I got Matt Shaw. I got my favorite player in the draft, Matt Shaw, right. That's the only one I've gotten correct. Oh, I got to stop doing these mock drafts. I did say in the video, though, that I was going to get them all wrong. So at least I give you the warning at the beginning of the video. So you can't get mad at me. I did say it. So, Real Deal Prime, great pick by the Jays. 17 years old. He's Indian, and he had a .479 batting average. Yeah. So that was the one thing I do remember looking up his numbers, and he had like good numbers overall, but he swung and missed a lot. It's those little things like that. Numbers in high school, yeah, they're like in even college too. They're good to look at, sure, but it's little things that like scouts are looking at that we don't see on the stat sheet, right? So we'll see how that works out. But Namala he could end up being good. So that'd be great too, man. He's Indian too. You don't ever see, we've never seen an Indian player in the major leagues. I think that'd be incredible. It'd be awesome. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Real Deal Prime. He's a development guy. He's a project guy. So, RW1, who do you want the Red Sox to take with the next pick? I would love if they can get some pitching. If they could somehow get Waldrop, I would love that. Who are the Guardians taking? Here we go. Robert Manfred. Sell the A's, Robert Manfred. Who? Ralphie Velasquez. I think I've seen his name in the... Yeah, he's number 34. Wow. He's got a 55 hit, 55 power. But he's not very good in the field. So I wonder if he sticks at catcher long term. He has a good arm. But he doesn't move very well. So where does Baseball America have him? They have him at 29. This is one guy I did not look at very much. Wow, he's a good hitter. But he needs to work on the field. So he's got an arm for it, though. So if they can help him. Hey, that's the one thing with the Guardians. Hey, they got catchers, man. So, you know. I mean, right now, if we look at their situation. I mean, you got Naylor. So, hey, they developed Naylor. Could this be the next catcher? I don't know. I think Bo Naylor had really good grades defensively when he got drafted, if I remember correctly. Or am I wrong on that? Or was Naylor more of a hit guy? I can't remember what his grades were. he was more okay. So he had raw power and speed, and he wasn't very good. I thought Bo Naylor had better. Maybe he had a good arm too. I mean, either way, this guy has better grades when it comes to the hitting than Naylor did. So we'll see. Hey, I'm going to be honest. This is one guy I did not look at because I'm thinking he was probably going to be a second-round guy. Another catcher out of high school. Hey, let's see. Let's see. What do we got? Got the Braves next. Hey, I need Colin Houck here. If I can say that I got 2 out of the 28 or 2 out of the 30 first-round picks, I'll be happy with that. If I go 2 for 30, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. I wonder. Let's take a look at Baseball America. So they got Chase Davis to the call. All right, Baseball America is actually doing pretty decent here. So let's see. Let's start back at number 1. They got number 1 wrong, 2 wrong, 3 wrong, 4 wrong. They got 5 right, so that's 1. They got 6 wrong, 7 they got 7 wrong. They got the Royals right at number 8, so that's 2. Rockies wrong, Marlins wrong, Angels wrong, Diamondbacks wrong, Wilson to the Cubs was wrong, Shaw to the Red Sox wrong, Troy to the White Sox, nope. Enrique Bradfield, nope, he went to the Orioles, so that was wrong. Namala to the Orioles, nope. Waldrop to the Brewers, nope. They got Aiden Miller to the Rays, nope. Seanwell to the Blue Jays, nope. They got Chase Davis right, so that's 3. Noble Meyer to the Mariners, nope. So they had Cole Emerson to the Guardians, nope. So I need a couple of picks here to be right. I got to catch up to Baseball America, man. I got to catch up. I'm 2 behind Baseball America. If I could tie with Baseball America, I'll be stoked. I'll be absolutely stoked. Man, oh man. But they got the lead right now. It's 3-1 Baseball America. But here we go. I had Colin Houck for the Braves. Give me Colin Houck. Dang it! Hurston Waldrop. I love the pick, though. That's a college guy that he could end up moving pretty quick. Dude's got nasty stuff, man. He was really good at UF. The numbers don't look amazing. He had an ERA over 4. Good velocity. Good splitter, man. Oh, my God. I love a splitter. The splitter is like, I would actually say the splitter is my favorite off-speed pitch. I loved Kurt Schilling's splitter. So fun, man. It just dives out of the zone. Hell yeah, I love me a curve and a slider, sure. But the splitter is my favorite off-speed pitch. I love change-ups. So, good for the Braves. Hey, to me, if you're taking a guy like this and he was pitching, in the College World Series, you're doing something right. So, hey, Waldrop, solid. All right, but I still need some picks to go my way. I am down 3-1 against Baseball America. So they had Lombard Jr. I figured this was a guy that would go in that bottom half, like in the bottom 10 at least. Padres, they had Walker Martin. I also had Walker Martin. So if we get this right, they'll still have a 4-2 lead. Man, oh man. Oh, thank you, Nicholas, man. You are awesome. On top of the spammers. ARW1. I want Charlie Soto or Thomas White. I would love Thomas White from Massachusetts. Lefty pitcher. Oof. I really would love that, man. Oh, man. We got some spammers here in this chat. Got some spammers. Thank you, Nicholas. You're on top of it. Still got 947. We're starting to get some people file out. We got a few picks left here. Hey, this draft is actually moving pretty quick. So, Levi, from what they are saying, Waldrop at worst is a solid relief pitcher. Yeah, I've read that in his scouting reports as well. Hey, The guy's got good stuff. Like, if you watched him at UF, if you watched the highlights, dude was nasty. God, sorry, man. If you got a good fastball and a good changeup, or like in his case, it's like a splitter changeup. Like, sorry, man. Like, that's a nasty combo. Like, that could end up being, who knows? Could end up being a closer. You know, he has like one of those deliveries. It's a little hard to repeat, in my opinion, especially like maybe at the major league level. So he could end up maybe being just a really good reliever, like you just mentioned here. So we'll see. But yeah, his windup is very aggressive. He whips his head a bit when he releases the ball. He's like that overhead slot, or yeah, you know. So, I don't know. Who knows? Let's see what he ends up doing. But he's definitely got the stuff. That's for sure. ARW1, am I going to be streaming the next round? Nah, I'm going to get out of here after the first round. And honestly, I really need to get some sleep. You know, I know it's only 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, but man, I was doing a lot of prep for all the draft stuff. I'm not kidding, everyone. I know my mock draft so far, I've only gotten one right. It's impossible to predict a draft. It's so impossible. Unless you're like football, basketball, I think is going to be way easier. Baseball is so many different moving parts. It's incredibly difficult. But so the fact I got one right, I'm totally okay with that. But I've put in a lot of hours over the last few days just to even remember like what these guys are, you know, and just what their strengths are, what, you know, good tools they have. I really wanted to. I've kept an eye on college baseball stuff and some high school prospects, but I really had to dive into it over the last couple weeks, especially this past week, doing videos and whatnot. So honestly, I'm probably gonna need an early night tonight. I'm dead. So what else we got here? Tristan Coffin, since you aren't going to be here for the second round, who do you see the Nats taking with pick number 40? Who knows? Who knows with second round, man? Who knows? Could they stick with pitching? You or not stick with pitching, sorry. Stick with, geez, you can tell I'm getting, wait, no. I'm thinking Paul Skenes. No, what am I talking? You said the Nationals, sorry. Could you go with pitching since you did not get Paul Skenes is what I was just trying to say. So, who did they just take? Sorry, I just completely missed the pick. Oh, they took Dylan Head. Ooh, very athletic kid, man. Love that. Basically, you had Enrique Bradfield Jr. and Dylan Head. Like, these are the two dudes that are just burners, man. So let's go to Dylan Head. That doesn't surprise me. The Padres have taken players like this before. Very athletic. Look at the run. If you're watching the screen right now, if you're watching the draft on MLB Network, 80 run. Dude is nasty athletic. Where is he? Where is Dylan Head? Oh, here he is. This guy's nasty. 80 run? Like, come on. When you're looking at 80 run, you're looking at freaking guys like, like the burners that we had. Ricky Anderson, Carl Crawford was incredibly fast. Like, those are the kind of dudes I think of. Just so insanely athletic. And he has a good arm, too. 55, and a good hit. This is a guy that could end up turning into a really good prospect. And guess what? The Padres will end up trading him at some point. You're probably never going to see Dylan Head put on a Padres uniform, everyone. Dang it. I had the same pick here as Baseball America for the Yankees. Sammy Stafura. That's the one name they've been connected with. Could they end up pivoting? Could you end up taking Thomas White? Thomas White is kind of one of those guys that I could end up seeing being a Yankee. He's kind of like, when you watch him, There's nothing that really jumps off with him. He's got a good fastball. He's got a good slider as well. But the way he pitches, he almost seems Yankee-like. But I wonder if the Yankees go with a prep pitcher. So who are the Yankees picks? Jake, $1.99. I need the Astros to pick Yohandy Morales. That is one guy that's been connected. But let's look at the Yankees' past draft picks. All right, so yeah, last year they took Spencer Jones. That could be your next Aaron Judge. Trey Sweeney a couple of years ago. They're very college heavy. Very college heavy. I mean, they haven't gone high school since Volpe in 2019. So they went with Sakema, Austin Wells, Trey Sweeney, and Spencer Jones. So, I mean, if you're looking at college guys left on the board, I mean, you don't have much. You got Yohandy Morales. Braden Taylor's gone. I mean, there's not really a whole lot when it comes to college, unless they go with like a Joe Whitman. I could maybe see Joe Whitman, possibly. If they go college, that's a guy you can look at. But you're really looking at prep kind of guys right now. You still have Houck and Miller on the board. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, if you're looking at Baseball America, Aiden Miller is number 20 and Houck was 21. So it seems like Baseball America maybe was a little bit more onto something here. Aiden Miller could be a fun guy for the Yankees. But the one guy that's been connected is Sammy Stafura out of New York. So that's a fun little one too. I like when teams pick guys that are from the area. I love that. So, well, we're getting close. So I agreed with the Yankees pick for Baseball America, Sammy Stafura. I also had the Phillies taking Thomas White. I wonder if the Yankees do a bit of a pivot and they go with Thomas White from Massachusetts. So I'm guessing he's a Red Sox fan. That'd be funny if he went to the Yankees. Could you go with hey, Ty Floyd is a guy, So let's see. Andrew Crokin, the Yankees need a third baseman. Josh Donaldson sucks. Man, oh man. ARW1, you should stay through the Red Sox next pick. Yeah, nah, man. I'm gonna be out of here after the Dodgers make their pick. So we got 5 more picks. So, the Yankees took George Lombard. Oh, I see it on the screen here before it airs on TV. Honestly, when you really think about it, George Lombard Jr. just sounds like a Yankee. Oh, man, they probably thought he wasn't going to be on the board because there were rumors out there that the Mariners were looking at him. So, okay. All right, well, let's see what the Phillies end up doing. But, yeah, George Lombard, everyone, he's a pretty underrated dude, and he's got a big frame at 6'3", and he's only 18 years old. Again, what the heck are these kids eating, man? Like, what is going on? What are they putting in the kick cereal these days? But yeah, 55 power already. 50 hit, I'm okay with that. 55 arm. But yeah, doesn't George Lombard Jr. just sound like a Yankee? Man, oh man. I like the pick. I like it. I like these guys that are like near the bottom of the first round, in that 30 to 40 range. I feel like you tend to see a lot of guys in that range. Maybe not a lot, but you definitely see like those late picks that end up doing pretty well. So, yeah, I think he's a really projectable guy. Again, you're 6'3" at 18. Like, good grief. All you got to do is just eat, and eat some more. Gallon of whole milk a day. Go lift some weights. You're going to be the next Aaron Judge, George Lombard. I like it. Sounds like a Yankee. Alrighty, so we have the Phillies up next. So, the Phillies, what they've done, taking McAble, Andrew Painter, do the Phillies stick with prep guys? So if we're looking at guys left on the board, could they go Colin Houck or Aiden Miller here? Again, these are two guys that are still here. I'm wondering if they go here. Thomas White is, again, if they want to stick with prep pitching, remember, the Phillies, they don't have a pick for a while here. They do not have a pick for a while. And, hey, go with what works. This is what I said in my mock draft video. Go with what works. If Andrew Painter's worked out, McAble's doing okay, why not? Who did the Phillies take? So they took Abel in 22. Who did the Phillies take in 21? Was that another prep guy? Oh, they took Andrew Painter. Who did they take last year? Didn't they take Did they take Crawford? Wait, did I say earlier that Justin Crawford went to the Tigers? Oh, no, the Phillies took Justin Crawford. Yeah. Okay, but still, that's a prep guy. So, could they go with an infielder here? I could maybe see Houck or Miller here. I'll go Houck, Miller, or Thomas White. Oh, LT Cards. Cole Emerson went to my high school. That's cool, man. Dude, I love when you guys, you comment on my videos, especially about, these. Honestly, the draft content is some of my favorite because I get comments every year, about, hey, I went to school with this guy, or, hey, I played against him. I love those comments. Those are so fun to me. I think I had Matt Shaw's brother or someone related to him comment on my video yesterday, and because his name had Shaw in it, and he's like, "Hey, Matt Shaw, he's looking pretty good," and I was like, "Hey, wait a minute, you got Shaw in your name, you're related to Matt Shaw," and then I clicked on his YouTube profile, and on his cover photo, he was literally in the picture. You had Matt Shaw in the picture. So I was like, oh, he's got to be like his brother or something. So, yeah, I think Phillies go prep guy here. I'll go Houck, Miller, or Thomas White. Oh, they went with Aiden Miller. Okay. Yep. That makes sense. If you're going prep heavy the last few years, were those people booing? Why were the people booing? I think I just heard boos. Who are they expected to take? All right, here we go. We got 3 more picks. We got the 3 most loved teams on the planet. We got the Astros, the Mets, and the Dodgers. God, everyone loves the Astros. I had Ty Floyd, just like a lot of other mock drafts. I kind of just went with the chalk. That was a guy, to me, he had 17 strikeouts. Holy cow. 17 strikeouts, man. In the College World Series. And he only has a fastball. I've read so many times, you've probably all read it too, the Astros really like fastballs. So, he throws a fastball. He was almost like a one-pitch guy, but he has a couple other pitches. The changeup and the curveball, they need some work. Taking a look here. Where is he? He's number 58 on Pipeline. He ranks higher on Baseball America. But he has a really good fastball. The curveball and the changeup, they have a 50 on here, but Baseball America ranks him lower on those. So they have him at 44, but they gave a slider of 45 and the curveball of 45. They have a 50 changeup. So, yeah, fastball and the changeup, those are the two right now that are working the best for him. But the fastball is really good. They give him a 65 fastball. The fastball has a lot of velocity, but it has a lot of life on it. Because I think his extension is really good. So he gets the ball out pretty close to the plate, so it's also hard to pick up on. But the fastball's got some movement on it. So I love these Zoom calls for these. They're always like so. It's like they're just like in a room somewhere, like in their house. They're always funny to me. Chase Davis, man, that dude's got a cool swing. All right, what are the Astros doing? So for the Astros, could you go Ty Floyd? Could you go with a college bat? I think they go college player. You got to think they go college. Unless you go young. Colin Houck is still there. I can't believe he's still on the board. I had him at the Braves. Like, what is happening? He's a good all-around player. Unless, like, there's some signability. He is committed to Mississippi State. So maybe that's an issue. I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, you still got Thomas White. Maybe the Astros, they add pitching from the high school side instead of college. I think that'd be a pretty cool pick for the Astros, Thomas White. We'll see. But this is the end. I mean, you still got the Mets at 32 and the Dodgers at 36. So we will see what ends up happening with those. But the Astros, it still says first round, but what ends up happening is you get some competitive balance picks. So basically the Mets and the Dodgers, they fall into the competitive balance round. So yeah, I will stay. I'll stay until the Dodgers, so I see who they end up picking. But yeah, I actually really am curious to see what the Mariners do from 29 and 30. So what do we got here in the chat? Stathy Politis. Am I saying that right? Please, Mets, a picture, please. Hey, the Mets. Could the Mets end up taking Ty Floyd? If he falls, I could maybe see the Mets taking him. So we'll see. Actually, let's see. They have Yohandy Morales for the Mets. That'd be interesting. I wonder if Joe Whitman maybe goes to the Astros here. Dude, the booze for Rob Manfred is so funny. Oh my God. Dude, these people. Oh my God. These people are booing him so loud. Oh my God. And they cheered when they said someone else was doing it. Oh, dude. Oh my God. Oh, I'm dying. The guy couldn't even finish his sentences, and he nodded his head at one point. Oh my God, that was so funny. He probably walked behind that curtain and he just said, F these people. Jesus. Hilarious. Just the cheers for... that was even better when they cheered that he said that another guy was going to be doing it. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even look at the pick. They picked Bryce Matthews. That's a reach. They went Bryce Matthews out of Nebraska. He was ranked 57 on Pipeline. Let's see where they had him here. Baseball America, where did they have Bryce Matthews? They had him at 57. So the one thing that sticks out, he's an athlete. So he's got a 55 run. So he moves. He's a shortstop. He's got a good arm. Yeah. So let's see what they have about. I didn't read about him in the scouting. But yeah, scouts marvel at the athleticism. Good tools. So yeah, the Astros probably think he's a safe pick. He's an athlete. He moves well. He could even move out into the outfield. Saying here he's a potential center fielder. Safe pick for the Astros. I think that's can't go wrong. So, all right. But yeah, we got a few picks here. So we have the Mets and we have the Dodgers. But we got the Mariners and the Rays. We got the Mariners with 2 picks. I'm very curious to see what the Mariners do with these picks. I mean, you don't ever see teams with like back-to-back picks. And then you got the Rays at 31. And then you got the Brewers and the Twins with a couple more picks. So, yeah, round 2 starts with the Nationals. Now, if I'm going second, I don't know, like earlier before I was messing up on what I was saying about the Nationals. So I'm thinking since they didn't get Paul Skenes, could they add some young pick? Could that, if maybe Thomas Wyatt falls to them, could that be a guy that you maybe pick if you're the Nationals, to kind of make up for not getting Skenes? I could maybe see something like that. Personally, maybe. You still got Charlie Soto on the board too. So I wonder if the Nationals end up taking a prep guy. Charlie Soto is ranked pretty well. He's still on here. Where is he? Soto's ranked 32. He's got a good fastball, 60 fastball, and he's not even 18 yet. He just has trouble with control, and he's not very consistent in his performances. So he went to high school right near me. Man, oh man, Central Florida. But yeah, you still got Walker. You still got Walker Martin on the board. You still got Kevin McGonigal on the board. Yohandy Morales is still there. Thomas Wyatt, obviously, I've mentioned a few times. Yeah, pretty much all these guys are gone now. I mean, if I'm recapping, technically that was the end of round 1. So we're about to get into the competitive balance round. But, I mean, honestly, if I'm going over my favorite picks right now, I mean, you can't hate the Pirates' number 1 pick. Like, you just picked your ace. The Nationals, I mean, yeah, it's Dylan Cruz. You got to love that. Max Clark is interesting. It's weird with the Tigers, right? Because it's like an aggressive pick, right? Despite him being a prep player, it's pretty aggressive on their end. Because this is a guy like, the Rangers had their eye on him. The Twins were connected with him. But everyone thought the Tigers were going to go with Wyatt Langford. And they did something a little, they switched it up on everyone and they went with Max Clark. So in a way, I like it. Despite all the problems the A's are having, I thought that was a solid pick with them. Picking Jacob Wilson, I just like the player. Love Noble Meyer for the Marlins. I think that's up there with one of my favorite picks. I think that makes a lot of sense because they develop pitching really well. I love Nolan Schanuel because this guy just hits. Matt Shaw to the Cubs, I think is a perfect fit. Whatever. You can call me Giraffe Neck Robbie all you want, but I freaking love Kyle Teel to the Red Sox. I think that's an amazing pick. The Giants with Bryce Eldridge, I think could be really interesting because, you have Reggie Crawford already. Could you end up having two-way players on your team down the road? That'd be crazy. I'm not sure if Crawford ends up being two-way player. You could say a good thing about all of these. I think Braden Taylor is actually a pretty fun pick for the Rays, actually, because a lot of people thought he was going to go higher. You know, Jacob Gonzalez for the White Sox. I think that's solid for them. But yeah, those are probably my favorite picks overall. You know, Paul Skenes. Yeah, I love Paul Skenes for the Pirates. And that mustache is going to go perfectly in Pittsburgh. Yeah, I would say that. You know, these are my favorite picks. I would say Paul Skenes, number 1. Because everyone thought it was either going to be Dylan Cruz or maybe Wyatt Langford. I'll go Jacob Wilson for the A's. It's a steady, safe player that you can count on for years. I'll go Noble Meyer for the Marlins. Matt Shaw for the Cubs. Kyle Teal for the Red Sox. I actually like Waldrop for the Braves. I think that's good. Dylan Head is exactly the kind of player the Padres like, an athletic player. Lombard, George Lombard sounds like a Yankee. I don't know why. I just see that name next to the logo, and it just, you know, looks like a Yankee. Aiden Miller could end up being a really good power bat for the Phillies down the road. Namala as well could end up being really good for the Blue Jays. I'm not very high on Namala personally, but hey, honestly, he'll probably prove me wrong. I think Chase Davis is a really fun player. The hit tool I'm not crazy about, but I love the power swing. I love that follow through. Oh, here we go. All right. The Mariners take Johnny Formello. Raul Ibanez. So, Johnny Formello, out of Virginia. He's ranked 39 on Pipeline. I'm more of a Baseball America guy, so let's see where he's at. So, he's number 45 on Baseball America. Hey, you guys heard, me say like a million times tonight, love a 55 hit. Look at the run. Look at the run. 70 run, good in the field, good arm. Oh, this guy could be really good. Man, oh man. That guy is a fun name too. Johnny Formello. Man, oh man. This guy could be pretty good. 6'2". That's a good pick for the Mariners. It's crazy, man. It's like when I'm looking at all of these players, there's some players I don't click on, and I'll admit I did not click on him. And when you look, love the hit. Power at 45, whatever. He's 18 years old. But he's got a 70 run. A good chance he could end up being something. So, especially with a good hit tool. If you have a good hit tool, there's a good chance you're going to be a decent player. But what do we got next? So, up next, we have the Rays with another pick. So, hey, the Rays. Look at the Rays. Number 19, and then you get number 31. Well, the Mariners got number 30, so let's see what the Mariners do. This is a big draft for the Mariners, man. Because they probably, when they traded Noelvi Marte, I keep saying Marte, and when you traded Edwin Arroyo, they were probably so stoked when they found out that they had these back-to-back picks to just restock that farm. I'd be so happy if I was a president of baseball ops or a GM for an organization, head of scouting, and I know I got back-to-back picks at 29 and 30. I'd be so happy with that. Steve Mammon, thank you, my friend. He says here, make sure you smash the like button for this episode. Yeah, everyone, if you can. We're going to be wrapping things up here, I would imagine, probably in the next 10 minutes or so. If you can, hit the like button for me now. I know I've said it a couple of times tonight. I know it's kind of annoying, but whatever. That's what we got to do here on YouTube. The like button helps. So, and again, we've had a lot of subscribers tonight. I really want to thank everyone for the traction that we've gained here tonight. Incredible. We hit 31,000 subscribers tonight, and wow, we're at 31.2. We have gained about 300 subscribers tonight. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Jack Stav, when is the second round? Well, they're getting through the competitive balance round right now. So they're in competitive balance round A. So the Mariners just picked at we're just getting into competitive balance round A, but the Mariners got a draft pick because Julio Rodriguez won the Rookie of the Year. So remember, if you put a rookie on your team instead of keeping him in the minors, because that's what teams would do to try and manipulate their service time, but instead they put Julio Rodriguez on the opening day roster, and he ended up winning Rookie of the Year, so they got a pick for it. So, hey, good for the Mariners. They're taking advantage. So, but here we go. So are they coming out with 30 now? Like, what's going on? All these people cheering just makes me laugh. Still got a couple boos. It's funny. Look at that guy in the front row. He's got the, what do you call that? He's got the black under his eyes. Who did they take? Oh, they took Ty Pete. I've seen his name pop up. I've actually had a couple of people comment that people should take Ty Pete. I think someone in the chat earlier said take Ty Pete. Is it Tay Pete or Ty? I think it's Ty Pete. But yeah, this is one of those guys. I even looked at him maybe as a Red Sox pick because he's like kind of one of those guys you could reach for because he has a good power tool and he's 6'2" and he's really athletic. Really athletic, has a really good arm. The one problem is the hit. Again, I'm not the biggest fan when you don't have a hit tool. But with him, I think... Where is he? Yeah, he's 99 on Baseball America. Oh, right. He's a two-way player, too. He can pitch, but I don't think he pitched all that much this past year. But he has a good fastball. He has a good arm in the field, so that makes sense. So he has a 55 fastball. And he's got a good changeup as well. He's got no control. So could this end up being a two-way player? I would imagine he's probably going to be more of a position player. I would think, based off of these numbers, it looks like he would be more of a hitter. Hey, I love me a fastball changeup. Give me that all day. He's got a two-seamer as well. Love it. Give me all the two-way players. We need to start seeing two-way players. We all love Shohei Ohtani. We need to start seeing these guys here in the States start becoming two-way players. Truth hurts Wilkie. He shined at the combine. At the combine, sorry. Pete is a stud at shortstop. Great defensive player. Yeah. I mean, he's good in the field. He's got a good arm. Really athletic. He's a shortstop. Honestly, if I'm seeing that he's got this good of a run tool and he has a good arm, he could probably go out in the outfield as well. Sounds like a really good, versatile player, if you ask me. But we'll see how he develops. But up next, so the Mariners have made their 3 picks. I love it. So here we go. Let's look at the Mariners' 3 picks. Cole Emerson, Johnny Formello, and Ty Pete. All prep players. They didn't go with a college player. I figured maybe. But no, to me, it makes sense that they go with more prep players. Because, like I said, you just traded away Noel V. Marte, Arroyo, for Luis Castillo. You want to add youth, right? College players, obviously, they're more, closer to making it to the majors. So I like it when you're adding prep players that, can really grow over the next few years. And they got more of that ceiling. So I think that's solid for the Mariners, adding 3 solid high school bats. Cole Emerson makes a lot of contact. And then what I like about the Formello and Pete is that they're both athletic guys. When you add athletes, man, Ty Pete is more power. Formello, you're going to get a bit more contact out of him. But they're athletic guys. And these 3 guys, these could be your next good players down the road. So I love that. The Mariners have a team built to win now, and they got some guys coming up over the next year or two. So this will be that next wave of talent for the Seattle Mariners. So I really like that. But up next, we got the Rays. I'm going to be honest with all of you. One dream that I have, if I have one dream, right, I would love, one dream is for this channel to blow up into something big. Adrian Santana for the Tampa Bay Rays. Where is he ranked? He's really fast. I remember I looked at his stuff not too long ago as I was looking at what guys could the Red Sox reach for. Santana is incredibly athletic. Where is he? Okay, he's 38. Yeah, I was thinking maybe the Red Sox could make a play just because he's so athletic. But yeah, he didn't seem like a first round kind of a guy just because of the hit. But when you have an 80 run and a 60 arm and a 60 field, I mean, there's potential there. So yeah, Adrian Santana, that makes sense because the Rays are going out. They like athletes. So that looks like a, that's the reason I can't see the pick because I'm looking at the Mariners picks. What is happening? What is going on? I don't want to look at just the Mariners picks. Oh, here we go. So we got the Brewers up next at 33. Oh, no, we got the Mets coming up next at 32. So this is their first round pick. So let's see what the Mets end up doing. You know, I don't know. For the Mets, remember with the Mets, they're trying to add to that farm. You know, they're trying to really build up the youth in that farm. I think they could go prep player. Wouldn't be surprised if they went with a college player. But I think prep would be more likely. I mean, if we're looking at guys that you could, Thomas White, I'm wondering where White goes. Honestly, at this point, if White keeps falling, could he end up just going to college? I mean, White is committed to Vanderbilt. So we'll see. I mean, Vanderbilt, that's a good school. Powerhouse. So you still got Colin Houck there. Could the Mets end up taking Colin Houck? You took Jet Williams not too long ago. Could this be another middle infielder that they end up taking? Kevin McGonigal. He's from Philly. Or near Philly, Pennsylvania. So he's in that region. Yohandy Morales is still there. So if you went with the college guy, I would think Morales is probably a guy you go with. Soto. You know, it seems like to me, the Mets seem to do better with offensive players. So I say they go Colin Houck or they'll go Yohandy Morales. Those are my guesses. I think Colin Houck actually makes some sense because, what do I know? But I think that does make some sense because he took Jet Williams not long ago. So was Jet Williams last year? Or, yeah, it was last year. Okay. So, yeah, I could see back-to-back years you go with prep infielders. I think that's possible. All right, so. Oh, they took Houck. Oh. Okay, so, sorry. I just saw it here. So they ended up taking Colin Houck. They were on commercial on the TV. Oh, okay. So there you go. I was thinking correctly. But that makes sense. Like I was saying, you went with Jet Williams. Now you're adding more to your infield for the future and Colin Houck. So I like that. Okay, now we're going back to the competitive balance round. Because remember, these are their first round picks. I like that a lot for the Mets. I think that's really solid. They got a good deal right there. Mets fans, you should be very happy with that. Very good. He dropped. I wasn't expecting that because he's got good tools. He's 21 overall on Baseball America. He's, 13 on Pipeline? Or he's 12 on Pipeline? Hey, he's 12 on Pipeline. And he's 21 on Baseball America. I mean, look at the balance there. 55 hit, 55 power, 55 run, 55 field, 55 arm. 55s all across the board. I like that for the Mets. I think that's a good pick. Mets fans, you should like that. That's good. All right, so we're going back to, I think it's the Brewers now. So we're going to get the Brewers, the Twins, and then the Marlins. So yeah, these competitive balance picks, they're a little more are they a little more quick, or are they more quick in between? Or it feels like almost the same time length. So let me take a look here at the chat. I don't even know how to say this name. Jabirns? Brewers are taking Noth. Oh, that's the New York picture. He has a good curveball. Are they taking him? Yeah, so let me actually, if that's true. I don't know where you guys are seeing this. Are you guys like ahead of me on the stream? Yeah, if that's who they're taking. Yeah, he's out of New York, but he's got a really good curveball. I was wondering if maybe the Yankees go, if they want. I don't know. The Yankees. It's always interesting is that when they're always connected to the New York guys. So if the Brewers go Josh Noth, that makes sense because the Brewers, they like tools, or they like it when you have like one really good one. And that wouldn't be surprising to me if they end up taking him with a 60 curveball. That's pretty good. Mangjit Singh, are you doing round 2? I'm just going to be here until the end of these picks here. So you got the Dodgers at 36. So you got the Brewers, the Twins, the Marlins, the Tigers, the Reds, and the A's. So after this, I'll be out of here. So round 2, I'm just gonna I'm gonna have that on the background while I start getting ready to hit the snooze over here. I'm getting pretty tired, to be honest with you. I can tell all of you are getting all drafted out. We're under 600 people now. That's incredible. Considering, man, we still got that many people here that, we're in the competitive balance round. So thank you for choosing me tonight as your draft guy for tonight to watch along with. I appreciate it. We had over 2,000 people, man. 2,000 people. I hate to say it. I hate to be Giraffe Neck Robbie here, but I think the most excited I got for tonight was Kyle Teel to the Red Sox, because I just didn't expect that pick. It was like Marcelo Meyer, like. So that was Josh Noth. How are you guys getting? Am I that behind in the feed? Like, how are some of you getting like getting this information? Man. Do some of you got inside scoops? Some Twitter accounts are leaking it early. Oh, man. That would make some sense. Some of these people on Twitter, man, they got the scoops. What's going on in Twitterland? My favorite place on earth. I just love Twitterland. Oh, here we go. Twins up next. The team I thought Kyle Teel was going to go to. Listen, can I make a hot take? I'm going to say it. Someone clip this. The Twins will regret not taking Kyle Teel and taking Walker Jenkins instead. The Twins will regret it. You should have taken Kyle Teel. Can't believe it. You should have. I'm going to say down the road, you should have listened to me, Minnesota. You should have listened to me. That's probably not going to happen. Let's be real. Alrighty. So we have the Twins up next. Marlins. So the Twins, they went Walker Jenkins. I only pay attention to first round stuff. Who the heck knows what these teams are even thinking after that point? That's too much for my brain to handle. I can barely make it through the first round stuff. But for the Twins, I don't know. Do you go with a guy that's still maybe left over? Honestly, like, if we're looking at the guys available. So the Brewers, they kind of reached here. So, I don't know. Do the Twins, do they stick with offensive players? You went prep, so maybe they're focused on prep players right now. Or could they, could you go with like a Joe Whitman out of college? Something like that. Walker Martin's still there. Walker Martin has not been picked. I don't know. I could maybe see something like that. If they went with a prep player and, Walker Jenkins, you can go with an infielder and him instead. Oh, that'd be awesome. Walker Jenkins and Walker Martin. Let's do it. Come on, Twins. Pick Walker Martin. You got the two Walkers. Those T-shirts will sell like hotcakes. The Walker brothers. Walker Martin, Walker Jenkins. Jack Stav, is McGonigal still on the board? Yeah, he's still on here. McGonigal's 33. I wonder, this is a guy with a good hit tool. The Twins, it seems like they like guys that have power already. Walker Martin, hey, Walker's a 55 power over a 50 hit. Come on, pick Walker Martin. Lock Smart. Any 6'7" Judge clones out there? Yeah, that was Bryce Eldridge. I think Bryce Eldridge is 6'7", if I'm remembering correct. No, is he? Was he shorter than that? Yeah, Bryce Eldridge was 6'7". So that dude's the alien. Oh, they went Charlie Soto. Okay. All right, I like that. Charlie Soto was one of my favorite guys coming in. Dude, you know what I like? Is now, if you go to what the Twins did in the last draft, where were they? Or not Brooks Lee, from a couple of years ago. The Twins ended up taking, remember they took Chase Petty? So this is kind of similar to that pick. Like a hard-throwing guy. I mean, Chase Petty ended up, I think Chase Petty had the better fastball, but Charlie Soto, he's definitely a good fastball guy. Petty was like way more velocity. But, yeah. Hey, Charlie Soto out of the Central Florida area. I love it. But yeah, so it's similar to what that pick was with Petty, right? Late round pick, hard throwing guy. So very similar. Got the Marlins next. Who the heck are the Marlins going to take? I'm very interested in what the... Oh, come on, Marlins. Pick Thomas White. If the Marlins pick Thomas White, that would be awesome. Oh, my God. I need the Marlins to take Thomas White. You'd have Noble Meyer and Thomas White from this draft. You'd have the top two prep pictures. Come on, Miami. Take Thomas White. Charlie Soto would have been a fun one for them, too. Dude, Soto, I've watched some stuff. Like, he's a big family guy. So seeing his family here, that's pretty cool. I agree. ARW1, the Red Sox need Thomas White. They do need Thomas White. I agree. Let's get Thomas White. But Charlie Soto going to the Twins. We got the Marlins on the clock. We got a few more picks here. We got the Marlins, and then we got the Dodgers. And then we got the Tigers, the Reds, and then the A's finish off the competitive balance round. We have been live here for a while. Dang, I went live at 6. I've been live here for 4 hours. What in the world is going on? 4 hours. Dang, he hit 96 miles an hour at 16. What the heck are these kids eating? Jeez. 96 miles an hour at 16 years old. What in the heck, man? That's freaking nuts. CRAS951. I know. It's funny because I am on summer vacation, but I still got to wake up early and work on some stuff tomorrow, so I stay busy even on my summer vacations. Oh man, we're going back to work in less than a month. Oh man, I'm just glad that the trade deadline this year, I'm gonna be live for it, and I was not live for it last year. I'm probably gonna end up doing a really long stream for the trade deadline. I'm thinking about it. I'll go live at like 6 a.m. That'd be fun. Go live for like 12 hours. It's like a 12-hour stream. Man, oh man. All right, but the Marlins, I'm not kidding. I would love for the Red Sox to take Thomas White, but that would be incredible if the Marlins got those two guys. That would be insane to add those two guys. Honestly, hey, Yamia Fernandez, Yohandy Morales to the Marlins. Hey, went to the University of Miami. Man, oh man, that'd be pretty good. He's still on the board. I'm not surprised because he had swing and miss. I don't know why they give him a 50 hit. To me, he's like a 45. He's very aggressive. Pitch selection isn't amazing. When he gets into him, dude hits it a mile. But he hit over 400 last year, but there still was that swing and miss in the game. But, yeah, still got Morales here. All these guys are flying off now. Sammy Staffer is still here, too. Look out for him. McGonigal. I mean, McGonigal's got a really good hit tool. So I'm wondering maybe he could go in this round. Hey, could Kevin McGonigal be a guy here for the Marlins? Good, high-contact guy. They seem to really have bought into that. So, man, they got to move these competitive balance picks a little quicker, man. Yes! Oh, yeah, I just said that. Oh, yeah. That's awesome for the Marlins, man. That is awesome. Holy cow, the Marlins are killing this draft. Wow. I was telling all of you, like not even 5 minutes ago, that the Marlins should take Thomas White. Dude, the Marlins are on fire right now, man. That's nasty. Thomas White's good, dude. He's a big man. Oh, he's 6'5". He's got a little bit of the arm action's a little weird, but dude, look at the fastball. Just rides, man. ARW1, I know, man. I know. I would have loved the Red Sox to get him, but hey, got to give respect when it's due. Give the Marlins credit. They develop pitching well, and they just got the two best pitching prospects from high school in this draft. respect where it's due, man. You got to just tip your cap to the Marlins. Things fell their way, and they took advantage. That's what teams need to do. You got to give them credit. I love that. The Marlins right now are definitely a winner in the first round. Oh, so good. I'm going to have to do a winners and losers video of the draft. I think that's going to be something. Thomas White's awesome. Throws hard. Let's take a look at the scouting. He's already at 6'5". Like, that's a massive frame. Oh, my God. I can't believe they got Noblemeyer and Thomas White. Yeah, he's got a 60 fastball. He's got a 60 changeup. That's my favorite combo, man. Fastball, changeup. You throw in a curve in there. Decent control. Yeah, he probably needs another pitch at some point if he really wants to be good. That's something I think he'll need to do. But the fact that look at that. Noblemeyer and Thomas White. Nasty. Absolutely nasty. Did Giraffnik Mark say the Red Sox were taking Kyle Teal? Oh, he did a mock draft. I didn't even notice. I'm going to be honest here. Mark, he is a lot more in tune with the college game than you would think. So, I'm looking through his draft right now. He got Walker Jenkins right. He got Matt Shaw right. And he did pick Kyle Teal. Wow. Look at Mark, man. He picked Kyle Teal for the Red Sox. Man. Yeah, he got a few right. I'm looking through. Yeah, you got a few. It's so hard to get these right, man. Kendall George for the Dodgers. Hey, Mark, man, if you're watching, I appreciate the Kyle Teal pick. I love that, man. I didn't think there was any way he was getting down to number 14. Nathan Hansen, what's going on, my friend? Marlins fan. Wanted Morales, but I'll take White. Dude, be happy with Thomas White. Be happy with these first two picks, man. Love that. Thank you for the super chat. Kendall George going to the Dodgers. So Kendall George, where did he rank? Wow, the Dodgers really reached. Again, here's another athlete. He's got a 50 hit, 30 power, but he has an 80 run and a 60 field, a 40 arm. Man. One thing I need to ask, man, is how do the people that are like running the show here for MLB Network, how do they get these players' player cards and like highlights pulled up so quickly? That's crazy. It's almost like they know who gets, like they probably find out like a couple minutes prior so they know who, to put it on the TV. I would imagine that's how they do it, because they get the highlights on there so quick. I wonder if they give them like 5 minutes to do it. So, you got to think, man. They got so much prep that they probably do for this. It's crazy. But yeah, Kendall George going to the Dodgers. That is definitely a reach, but he's extremely athletic. An 80 run. The Dodgers, hey, they're good at producing players, man. They're good at development. So if they see an athlete here, They probably feel like they can work on the hit. Maybe the power they can increase a little bit. Maybe they could add to the arm a little bit. But he's got a 50 hits, something you can work with, especially if you're an athlete. So, but alrighty. We're getting closer here. So that actually concludes round 1. Round 1 is officially over now. But now I'll stick around until the end of the competitive balance. So we got the Tigers, the Reds, and the A's. Nathan Hansen, very happy with White. Going to join Uri and Sandy. Yeah, dude. I think that's great, man. I think that's great. Could you imagine the pitching? Uri Perez. Let's say Uri Perez is, let's say Noble Meyer, Thomas White. They can get there in a few years. You're not going to see those guys probably until, 2026 at least. So 24, 25. I would say 26, 27 is when you probably see those guys. They'll come up when they're 21 if they develop right. Uri Perez will still be around. Could you imagine that? The potential of that rotation? And you still have Sandy Alcantara at that point? Oof. Man. Then they got other pitchers too. You still got other pitchers in that farm. Man, oh man. What do we got here? Tristram Coffin, I appreciate you, my friend. He says here, everyone give Robbie a hand for sticking in there. I get tired, man. When I stream this long and the amount I talk, I just get like brain dead. Deontay Watson, Ty Floyd to the Red Sox, book it. I wouldn't mind that. I would not mind a guy at all that had 17 strikeouts in the College World Series. Like, sorry. Like, that would be fantastic. That would be great. Tigers pick coming in. Does Yohandy Morales go here? Oh, they took Kevin McGonigal. All right. I like McGonigal. He's got a good hit tool. Hey, they're going very prep heavy here. Hey, give Tigers respect, man. They're going with good prep players here. Kevin McGonigal, that was a good pick. So, love the hit. Love the hit. $25 on Baseball America. I actually thought maybe there was a chance the Phillies would take him because of that hometown connection in the state of Pennsylvania. But yeah, dude, this guy hits, 60 hit tool. He's not going to be amazing in the field. He'd be an average runner. This is a guy, your second baseman down the road with a huge hit tool. He handled high velocity well, secondary pitches well. Yeah. I think Kevin McGonigal, I always have faith in the guys that have good hit tools. Always. So I like that pick for the Tigers. I already really like the Tigers pick so far. Oh, man. But yeah, everyone, I might have to do a video. Like ranking these first round, ranking the first round for each team. I might have to do that tomorrow. I think that's something I'm going to do. So far, right now, I mean, if I'm looking at, winners and losers, I mean, man, Marlins are a winner for me. Marlins right now, if I gave them a grade, I would give them an A. That's awesome. 2 prep pictures like that, the 2 best prep pictures, and they got both of them. That's awesome. I mean, the Pirates and Paul Skenes, yeah, dude, like you got to give them an A for that. Dylan Cruz, how could you not? That's an A. Max Clark, I think people would actually be pretty divided on that one. I think there are Tigers fans out there that will be happy with it, but then there's going to be a group of Tigers fans out there that they would have rather have had, some other guys here, like Wyatt Langford. So, love the Cubs pick. That's an A for me. Kyle Teal for the Red Sox, A. You know, that's awesome. Like, if I were to rank these, I think the best pick on here, man, if you're looking at like value, right now, honestly, I think you could argue that the Red Sox have the best value pick. I mean, I'm just saying. Oh, wow, the Reds got Ty Floyd. They got Ty Floyd. Oh, look at that. Good for the Reds, man. Wow. Look at that. That's awesome. You got two pictures. Two of the best pictures in college. Love that for the Reds. That's awesome. Man, I think that's great. That's awesome. Look at Cincinnati, man. W's all over the place for the Reds. You're winning ball games. You're winning the draft. That's awesome. The Reds, they definitely have to develop Ty Floyd a little bit, but they've developed pitching really well. And I think that's going to be really good because obviously, picking Rhett Lauder, I think that was really good. Rhett Lauder was not my favorite pitcher, but I think he's really solid. So, yeah, like, I love that. But yeah, if you go to the Reds here, I mean, look at that. Two guys that were in the College World Series. That's fantastic. I mean, come on now. And these two guys are going up against good teams throughout the year. Man, oh man. Ty Floyd, 17 strikeouts in the College World Series. You had Rhett Lauder against Paul Skenes. Oh, man. Hey, you know what I just noticed? Rhett Lauder, Paul Skenes are in the same division. Man, Paul Skenes, Rhett Lauder, rematch down the road. I'm all about it. But yeah, I love this. Yeah, awesome draft for the Reds. Taking pitching, college pitching. Love that. But here we go. A's with the last pick before the second round. What will the A's end up doing? You took the college player in Jacob Wilson. Could they go? Honestly, I wonder if they go with or they go with Morales. Yohandy Morales. I could see the A's doing something like that. Just like a power guy like that. He's not really like he has trouble with swing and miss. So I wonder if that ends up being something. I could see Walker Martin. That is one. Maybe Sammy Stafura. If they stick with college, Morales and Whitman would be the guys I would think. Could you go Whitman? Whitman would be interesting. Because Whitman is a guy, at Kent State. He didn't have as much experience pitching in college than these other guys do. So, but he did really well. So maybe the A's feel like they could tap into something a little bit more. I'm going to go with either Walker Martin or Yohandy Morales here. All right, I was wrong with both. Oh, hey, Josh Naylor's brother. Look at that. Look at that. But alrighty, everyone. Miles Naylor. Let's talk about him real quick. Miles Naylor, he's a power guy. He's going to hit for some contact, but he's definitely going to be more power over contact. So taking a look at him real quick. 66 on Baseball America. So a bit of a reach. So again, Josh Naylor's little brother. So all the Naylors now. You got Bo Naylor, Josh Naylor, right? And now you got Miles Naylor. What the heck did I just do? What is going on? Oh, what is going on here? But yeah, he's got a good power tool. What is happening right now? There we go. 50 hit, 55 power. Not really much with the run. Same thing as Josh Naylor. He honestly kind of reminds me of Josh Naylor a little bit. I mean, they're kind of all the same way. They're not like the most athletic or best in the field, but they got good hit. They got good bats. But everyone, that concludes the first round. A lot of action here. We were here for 4 hours, about 3 hours of draft. I was here an hour early. But overall, I think this is a really fun first round. Wasn't really sure what to expect. But I think we came away with a lot to like here. We got a lot of winners here, I think. It's hard to predict, what these players are going to do. You don't know what they're going to do. But based off of what we have now, I think there's a lot to be excited about with these players. Paul Skenes to the Pirates. I think that's absolutely fantastic. They have their ace of the future. Dylan Cruz, that's their next star. With C.J. Abrams, I think they're really set up well. Max Clark, let's see what he turns into with the Tigers. But everyone, I'm out of here. I want to thank you all so much for coming out. We had over 2,000 people in this stream tonight. That, I think, is up there with one of my most viewed streams of all time. So greatly appreciative. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you to all the new subscribers. I'll say it one more time on the way out. Hit that like button for me. But everyone, thank you so much. I love all of you. But everyone, we'll see what content looks like this week. Power rankings. I'm going to do mid-season power rankings this week at some point. No power rankings next week live. We'll be back with live power rankings in a couple weeks. So be on the lookout, everyone, for content. Going to be looking to make some this week. Everyone, have yourself a great night, and I'll talk to you next time.